Philippine Health Insurance was one introduced by Senator De Lima that may lead
PS Resolution 4740
delivery of health services and PS Resolution 475 billions of pesos representation purpose pertaining to call for an inquiry in aid of Philhealth for the alleged rampant corruption. During the previous hearing, irregularities as well as inefficiencies surrounding the Philippine Health Insurance Corporation. Just to put on record, they have already that may lead to the failure of the delivery of health services due to fund misuse. At this juncture, we amounting to billions of pesos, which could possibly defeat the purpose of which invited the source person. Philhealth was today's hearing, and afterwards during the previous hearing, we have requested for several documents who were not present during the last hearing. And just to put on record, they said relevant materials. You who have taken at this juncture, we may again ask the Senate Secretary to acknowledge the presence of our invited resource persons for today's hearing, and afterwards the Secretary is hereby directed to administer to all the guests who were not present.
The following resource persons are present in attendance in today's hearing from Philhealth. Attending
Those
virtually are the following.
and full cooperation.
Greco Belica and then Attorney Torson Keith. I understand that General Morales of Philhealth would like to make an opening statement again later on. But just to remind our colleagues, we will allow our colleagues to raise questions. Right, just to after the presentation. We will allow our colleagues 10 minutes each to ask questions. This session is suspended. The order of questioning will be those physically present, and thereafter those who were not able to ask questions the last time, to be fair to everybody, Senator Revilla and Binay. And then just to officers recap, we will allow our colleagues 10 minutes. May we ask the resource persons to ask questions, presentations, opening statements. The order of questioning will be those physically present. Senators, today is the second day of this hearing. Relon, Villanueva, Lapinwan, Recto, Senator De Lima. PS Resolution 4740 by Senator Pangilinan, and PS Resolution 475 introduced by this representation, Senator Lasso. And as well as call for an inquiry, resource persons who will be for the alleged rampant corruption. Today is the second day of this hearings, as well as the resolutions surrounding PS Resolution Health Insurance was one introduced by Senator De Lima that may lead. PS Resolution 474, the delivery of health surveillance, and PS Resolution 475, billions of pesos, representation purpose pertaining to call for an inquiry in aid of PhilHealth for the alleged rampant corruption. During the previous hearing, irregularities as well as inefficiencies surrounding the Philippine Health Insurance Corporation. Just to put on record, they have already that may lead to the failure of the delivery of health services due to fund misuse. At this juncture, we amounting to billions of pesos, which could possibly defeat the purpose of which PhilHealth was created. And afterwards, during the previous hearing, we have requested for several documents who were not present during the last hearing. And just to put on record, they have already submitted to this committee all the said relevant materials. You who have taken at this juncture, we may again ask the Senate Secretary to acknowledge the presence of our invited resource persons for today's hearing. And afterwards, the Secretary is hereby directed to administer to all the guests who were not present.
The following resource persons are present in attendance in today's hearing from PhilHealth. Attending virtually are the following: Brigadier General Ricardo Morales, President and Chief Executive Officer; Mr. Arnel De Jesus, Executive Vice President and Chief Operating Officer; Brigadier General Augustus De Villa, Senior Vice President, Operations for All Areas and PROs; Ms. Jovita. The following resource persons are present in attendance in today's hearing from PhilHealth. VP Fund attending virtually are the following: Brigadier General Ricardo Morales, President and Chief Executive Officer; Mr. Rodolfo Del Rosario Jr., De Jesus, Office of the Executive Vice President and Chief Operating Officer; Brigadier General Augustus De Villa, Senior Vice President, Health Finance, Senior Vice President, Operations for All Areas and PROs; Santiago, Acting Senior; Ms. Jovita Aragona, current Vice President, Data Protection Officer; Mr. Renato Limshen, Mr. Alejandro Cabading, CPA, Member, Board of Directors, attending virtually; SVP Management Services Sector, physically present; Mr. Rodolfo Del Rosario Jr., SVP Office of the SVP Legal Sector, physically present; Mr. Israel Francis Pargas, Senior Vice President, Health Finance Policy Secretary, physically present; Board of Directors, Ms. Nerissa Santiago, Acting Senior, Dr. Susan Mercado, and Member, Board of Vice President, Data Protection Officer, Brigadier General Marlene Padua; Mr. Alejandro Cabading, Board of Directors, Member, Board of Directors, attending virtually; Roberto Labi Jr., Corporate Legal Counsel, physically present; Head Executive Assistant, attending virtually; Attorney Thorson Montes are the following: physically present; Mr. Benjo Santos Attorney Jonathan Mangawang, Undersecretary Department of Labor and Employment, physically present; Secretary Rolando Dr. Susan Mercado, Member, Board of Social Welfare and Development; Brigadier General Marlene Jocelyn Niwane, Member, Board of Directors, Policy and attending virtually; Attorney Roberto Labi Jr., Corporate Legal Counsel, Mr. Ryan Dita, Director from the Department of Budget and Management, Legal Board members. Attending virtually are the following: Mr. Benjo Santos Benavides, of DBM, Undersecretary Department of Labor and Employment, Almanza, Secretary Rolando Joselito Bautista, as representative Department of Social Welfare. Sharon Almanza, Commission of Deputy Treasurer, Bureau of Treasury, as representative Department of Finance. Chairman, Mr. Michael from the Department of Information and Communications Technology, Director 6, Cluster, physically present, Cluster 6, Secretary Gregorio Nasan II, Attorney Abdul Nasif Faisal, Mr. Emmanuel Rey, Supervising OIC Undersecretary for Special Concerns, Fortillas, Ms. Ludivina Henyo, OIC Government Systems and Strategic Programs Division, for GOCCs. From the Commission of Audit, Samuel Dagpin Jr., Chairman, attending virtually, Chairman, Mr. Michael Aguinaldo, Mr. Rene Carl Tupas, Director 6, Governance Office A, Director 4, Cluster 6, present, physically present, Mr. Michael Pabalinas, Director Office of the General Counsel, Supervising Auditor, and Ms. Norma F. Presidential Anti-Corruption Commission, Team Leader, Commissioner from the Government Commission for GOCCs, and Dr. Samuel Dagpin Jr., Chairman, GCG, attending virtually. Mr. Rene Carl Tupas, Director, Corporate Governance Office A, Present,
let us
physically
now begin
present.
with
Mr. Michael
discussions and
Pabalinas,
give the
Director,
floor to our
Office of the
guest
General
for their
Counsel, physically
presentation.
present.
Those who have
And from
able
the
to present
Presidential
already,
Anti-Corruption
before,
Commission,
we will
Commissioner
limit,
Greco
the
Bellica,
presentations
physically
to
present,
those who were not able
and
to do
Dr.
so
Rustico Jimenez,
unless,
President, Private Hospitals
absolutely
Association of the
necessary.
Philippines, attending
We will
virtually.
call on later those who have
Thank you.
manifested. Let us now begin with the discussions and give the floor to our guests for their presentations. Those who have able to present already, before, we will limit the presentations to those who were not able to do so unless absolutely necessary.
General Morales.
We will call on later those who have manifested. First,
Just to remind our colleagues,
Senator Gregorio, Secretary
after the
Gringo Honasan,
I will allow
ICT, and then Commissioner Greco Bellica, and then Attorney Torson Keith. I understand that
General Morales.
Philhealth would like to make an opening statement again later on. But just to remind our colleagues, we will allow our colleagues to raise questions.
All right, just to
After the presentation,
recap,
we will allow our
I will
colleagues
allow,
10 minutes each to ask questions. The session is suspended. The order of questioning will be those physically present, and thereafter those who were not able to ask questions the last time, to be fair to everybody, Senator Revilla and Binay. And then
Right, just to
officers
recap,
and we will allow our colleagues 10 minutes.
may we ask
Each the resource
to
persons
ask questions,
presentations, for opening statements.
the order of questioning will be those
So let's
physically
start
present,
by,
and thereafter
those who were not
Secretary of
able
the
to ask questions the last time, to be fair to everybody, Senator Revilla and Binay, and then the officers, and then those who are virtually present. May we ask the resource persons who will make the presentations, for opening statements, to limit it to less than 5 minutes, please.
So let's start by
Acknowledging
that's a
good thing about being a
Secretary
former
of
senator,
the
you know what has to be done. May we ask all those who have not taken their oaths to please rise, and the secretary will administer the oath. Senator Grego Nasan, what you thought you could escape us?
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, with all due respect, may I take my oath first?
Yes, thank you.
Present in the first.
You swear to tell the
That's a
truth
good thing
and nothing
about
but the
being a
truth
former
in this
senator. You know
investigation.
what has to be done. May we ask all those who have not taken their oaths to please rise, and the secretary will administer the oath. Senator Honasan.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senate President Vicente Soto III, Senator Panfilo Lacson, Senator Francis Tolentino, Honorable Senators of the Republic of the Philippines.
You swear to tell the truth
Ladies and
and nothing but the truth in this investigation.
The DICT is one with the government and the nation,
All right.
and expresses its
Senator
support to
Honasan.
this honorable body in shedding light on the issues surrounding the Philippine Health Insurance Corporation, or Philhealth. Senator Panfilo Lacson. The DICT's role in relation to the information and honorable senators of the Republic of the Philippines, software and network infrastructure of Philhealth is limited. The DICT reviewing and endorsing with the government and the nation informations, systems, and expresses its support to this honorable body in shedding light on the issues surrounding an agency's overall ICT direction, or Philhealth, which involves medium-term. The DICT's role in relation to the information and communications technology, hardware, strategies, and software and network infrastructure of Philhealth. It indicates the ICT resource requirements to reviewing and endorsing an agency's information system strategic plan is a written expression ISSP of how an organization intends to contains an agency's overall ICT direction, data processing, which involves medium-term decision-making 5 years. Planning. Section 24 of the General Provisions of the General Strategies and Programs for Development fiscal year 2020 it indicates the ICT resource requirements in this act of a particular agency on a per-year basis. Accordance. An ISSP is a written expression duly of how an organization intends to use ICT, the ISSP support its data processing, the organization's effort, and decision-making, computerize its operations. Section 24 shows the organization's intention to use ICT for fiscal year realized 20 states that mission and the amounts authorized the formulation of an ISSP is aimed at directing the ICT application towards mission-critical, public service-sensitive, development management supportive, and revenue-generating areas of government. It is a requirement for the ICT budget approval process and is a part of the medium-term Information and Communications Technology Harmonization Initiative, or MITI. The DICT maintains its position that it has taken the proper steps in reviewing the submissions of Philhealth in relation to its ISSP for 2018 to 2020, in accordance with DICT's mandate as a convener agency of the MITI, alongside the Department of Budget and Management, or DBM, and the National Economic Development Authority, or NEDA. MITI is an initiative that aims to harmonize ICT-related resources, programs, and projects in all agencies and on all levels of Philippine government. It aims to coordinate the government's planning, budgeting, implementing, and evaluation of ICT resources and projects. As a requisite in the acquisition of ICT resources, all national government agencies, SUCs, and GOCCs are required to prepare their ISSP and formally submit the same to the ICT. The ICT then reviews and evaluates the duly submitted ISSP before it issues the endorsement. Upon endorsement by the ICT, the agency will then submit their ISSP to DBM for approval and allocation of the appropriate funds. The DICT reviews and evaluates the proposed ISSPs, the agencies. If found compliant and complete, the department endorses these ISSPs. If there are updates and or amendments in the planned ICT procurement, then the agency needs to revise or amend their ISSP and then submit the revised or amended ISSP to the ICT for review, evaluation, and further endorsement. While it is possible for changes in the ISSP to occur for reasons such as budgetary constraints, changes in market prices, and changes in prioritization by the management, among others, the agency must reflect these adjustments in their ISSP and submit the same to the department so that it can be evaluated for possible endorsement. Philhealth's ISSP covering the period 2018 to 2020 was first submitted to the department on 23 November 2017. It was reviewed and subsequently endorsed to Philhealth on 27 June 2018. Further amendments to the endorsed ISSP were submitted to this department. In relation to Philhealth's pending request regarding its ICT procurement covering the 2020 budget, the DICT has yet to receive from Philhealth its board resolution approving their corporate operating budget, or COB, covering their modified ICT requirements, which will support the request to revise their ISSP. Should Philhealth submit its board resolution approving their supplemental budget for their ICT requirements together with their revised ISSP, then the DICT shall conduct the necessary processes for further review, evaluation, and possible endorsement. It is emphasized that the department, in all its communications and letters on ISSP endorsement, reminds the agency concerned to adhere to the procurement rules and regulations of Republic Act number 9184, otherwise known as the Government Procurement Reform Act, or GPRA, and its revised implementing rules and regulations to ensure that the best fit and cost-effective solutions are acquired. Finally, Mr. President, honorable senators, ladies and gentlemen, the DICT stresses the paramount importance of health insurance and support Filipinos at critical times such as this present pandemic. We hope that with our submissions, we shall help shed light on the matter. Please be assured that the DICT will fully and truthfully cooperate in this inquiry. Maraming salamat po.
Thank you, Secretary Honasan. Just in case there will be questions to the DICT Secretary, we will do that later on. Let's now allow the presentation that was requested by Philhealth. So I will acknowledge you first. Philhealth, I understand, will make a presentation. Please try to accommodate the presentation within 5 minutes. Who will I recognize? General Morales first or Ms. Aragona? Philhealth requested for a presentation. You're recognized. You're not ready? You're no longer make a presentation? All right, in that case, yes, Attorney
Mr. President, our President and CEO will be giving his opening statement, and this will be followed by the presentations of Attorney Labe, Engineer Jovita Aragona, and SVP Renato Limsiaco. Thank you, Mr. President.
All right, go ahead, General Morales.
Thank you, Mr. President. Can I be heard, please?
Yes, please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. President, honorable senators, for this opportunity. Philhealth welcomes all this attention on Philhealth because it may finally give this organization what is meant to directly uplift the lives of all Filipinos, the prominence and attention it truly deserves. Fraud has always been with the system, as it has always been in all similar health systems in the world. The problem is systemic and cannot be solved in 1 year, maybe not even 3 years. I miscalculated the time required to get the IT system up and running. 1 year was not enough, and the budget was inadequate for the job. The internal anti-fraud mechanisms were inadequate and inappropriate to address the internal weaknesses. The resources necessary for the transformation of an organization of this size and the mission given to it are not found within the organization. We must fully appreciate the magnitude of the job confronting us and realize that if we succeed, we will directly uplift the lives of every Filipino, 109 million Filipinos. From management, in all humility, we commit hard work, dedication, transparency, and full cooperation in this investigation, and all agencies, so together we can achieve the goals of universal health care. Thank you and good morning.
Proceed.
Mr. President.
Yes, go ahead, Mr. Limsiaco.
Thank you, Mr. President, honorable senators. Good morning. Let me read a short opening statement. During the last hearing before the Senate Committee of the Whole, Mr. Alejandro Cabading maliciously and baselessly identified me as being part of the so-called mafia that is allegedly involved in fraudulent and corrupt scheme in Philhealth. Needless to say, his defamatory allegation became the subject of several news reports, and the snap of a finger, I gained national notoriety as against the relative obscurity that I was enjoying before Mr. Cabading and Attorney Thorson Kit started their vilification campaign against Philhealth and myself in particular. there is an absolute dearth of truth to the malicious allegations against me. Aside from innuendos, surmises, and conjectures, not even a speck of proof was presented by Mr. Kabading and Attorney Kit that would implicate me in any irregularity or prove my participation in the so-called mafia. In my almost 20 years of service in Philhealth, beginning from my stint as an accountant for Region 8 in 2001 up to the present, I have never been involved in neither I have accused of any wrongdoing. Through the years, I have kept a low profile but maintained a stellar career, as is expected of any dedicated government employee, unblemished by even an insinuation of any misdeed. However, without substantiation, Mr. Kabading vilified me in front of the Senate in the Filipino people. He maligned my character and reputation. In his malicious but baseless accusation destroyed me as a person and a dedicated public servant, exposed my family to ridicule and disrepute, and most importantly, affected my elderly parents. Considering the foregoing, I most respectfully request the Senate to carefully parse the allegations of Mr. Kabading and Attorney Kit and make them accountable for their reckless action should it eventually be shown that accusations are false in bereft of any tangible proof. Maraming salamat po, Mr. Chair, Honorable Senators.
Anyone else from Philhealth?
Mr. President and honorable members of the Senate, so my presentation will be direct to the point to address critical or certain IT issues that came out. One critical issue is the reported network switches that were not utilized and found inside the package. To your honor, these 24 switches are assigned to our Philhealth regional offices. They are previously used and that they were packed and resealed due to reasons that this will be transferred to the new locations like Rio, room improvements, and pending delivery of the rack cabinets. For the alleged overpriced network switches, we have the comparison. And we would like to say that the standard technical specifications and indicative budget for this procurement were conducted on April 26. So we have to always base that on the technical specification and the requirements. So there will be really varying big percent. We have presented that in the submission of our reports. For the overpriced issue like the Adobe, so the Adobe actually the price is not the 21 million as reflected there. It's 504,000 pesos. As you can see, it is being compared with the proposed, which is not yet being approved by the DICT. We are still in the process of letting our board approve this one after the audit that's been done. And it is not right to say that we should compare the proposed, not yet approved, with the ISSP approved. Because once this budget or proposal gets approved, that is the time that we are going to amend our ISSP and submit that to the DICT for their review and endorsement. Now for the issue on the double, so maybe we can go now to the double entries. Like for example, the one cited by Mr. Kabading on the identical IT purchases. Now there are project titles which are actually the same throughout. For example, 2018, 2019, 2020. Like the storage capacity enhancement for Pasig server room. So in 2018, we replaced the obsolete storage system in Pasig server room. So it was intended for the Pasig server room. But however, during the course of our transactions, our main or the production data center needs sufficient storage spaces. So what the IT did was there was some transfer of the storage capacity from the Pasig to the other production data center. So that in 2019, replacing now the obsolete storage system in Pasig with at least 50 more storage capacity because the data all storage in Pasig needs to be migrated and utilization have already reached 85%. Now in 2020, we are going to have also the storage system enhancement support for the Pasig proposed 2020, adding more capacity to the storage, which is now already 85% utilized. So the message here is, although the names are basically, the same, but if you are going to look at the terms of reference, the scope, the coverage of the services, they are actually different. So we are very much willing to give to you or to show to you the past transactions and the terms of reference as well. For the laptops that were indicated, no number, there's another document which can show the detail of this one. Maybe the one that I've seen is a summary, but we can always provide the details if anybody will ask, or even during the time when the audit is being done, you can always produce the document to the internal audit. So I will not so much detail every overprice because the messaging there actually, sir, is the budget has not been approved. So you really cannot compare those ones. There will be varying amount because of the system updates, market trends, new technology. So may I again repeat that after the approval of the board, these budgets will have to be endorsed to the DICT for appropriate revision. That's all, sir. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Anyone else from Philhealth? Tony Labe?
Good morning, Mr. President. Good morning to the honorable senators. The purpose of my presentation is to address misunderstanding and speak with regard to the IRM process. Part of the President report in their regular board meeting on June 11, 2020 is the IRM releases. Okay, so hospitals are crying for help because of decreased census and increased cost. And IRM is the response. We receive a lot of letter and correspondence from various HCIs. This includes Medical City, Philippine Oncology Corporation, Fresenius, and also from various articles in the newspaper. Question is, should healthcare facilities be allowed to close just because they don't cater to COVID-19 patients? No, because as previously explained by Brigadier General Padua, one of the board members in previous Senate inquiry, it was clear that the intent of IRM is to cater the whole Philippines as everyone is directly affected. IRM has been recognized internationally as a good practice in responding to the COVID-19 pandemic. As we can see, World Health Organization in their blog post discussing strategies how to cope with the pandemic. And Philhealth has always kept abreast of current evidence on health financing. IRM is open to facilities who want to continue operations during the pandemic regardless if they cater to COVID-19 cases or not. It is a privilege granted to hospital based on Philhealth's determination. It provides substantial financial aid, and it is provided to healthcare institutions who have clear and apparent intent to continuously operate during the pandemic. And of course, it has a lot of safety nets. IRM is not provided arbitrarily. There is a process being followed. Initially, this was given to the regional offices, but eventually, this was centralized to speed up the process. And the process is presented in this screen, Your Honor. So as to how it is provided, as previously mentioned in the previous Senate hearing, so the IRM fund is equal to average reimbursement per day times the number of days covered, the basis of which is the January to December 2019 paid claims as reference to compute for the EPRD, or simply put, an institution or HCI which has 365 million claims in 2019, so divided by 365, to an average of 1 million per day times the 90 days. So that hospital is entitled to an IRM fund of 90 million. So the distribution of the IRM that was released by Philhealth are as follows. So there are 711 HCIs per our record and 402 private HCIs released from the region and processed in the head office. There were 103 HCIs, 146 government facilities, and 60 processed from the head office. PRO is Philhealth Regional Offices processed 146, or a total of 548 processes done by our PROs, and there were 163 HCIs, IRM applications which were approved, processed by the head office, for a total of 711 facilities. IRM is not provided arbitrarily. There is a process being followed, and the breakdown of the 14.97 billion pesos that was initially released by Philhealth, the biggest recipient of the funds were NCR Healthcare Institution, which received 29.08% or 4.35 billion, followed by Region 3 with 13.07% or 1.96 billion. Then Region 4A with 8.34% or 1.25 billion. And Region 7 with 7.36% or 1.13 billion. As we can see, the distribution of IRM corresponds to the regions with the greatest number of COVID-19 cases. IRM is, there is a process being followed as we mentioned, and these are the top 10 hospitals or HCIs ranked according to figures received. And number 1 is Southern Philippines Medical Center, SPMC, received 326 million pesos. UPDJH 263.3 million. Davao Regional Medical Center 209 million. Vicente Soto Memorial Medical Center in Cebu City 204 million. Jose B. Lingad Memorial Regional Hospital in San Fernando, Pampanga 201 million. National Kidney and Transplant Institute in Quezon City 179 million. Baguio General Hospital and Medical Center 165 million. Northern Mindanao Medical Center 150.2 million. Quirino Memorial Medical Center 150 million. Eastern Visayas Regional Medical Center 146 million. All the releases, Your Honors, Mr. President, has been provided with receipts. IRM was not pocketed by anyone as alleged. Thank you, Your Honors. Thank you, Mr. President.
All right. So is Philhealth done with the presentation? All right. Thank you. Well, just you are all under oath. The reactions and the details that you're giving us, that you have given us, will be very accurate. We will cross-check it with the previous statements and previous details that you have given, just as a reminder, and to those who will be giving their presentations also. We have Attorney Thorson Kick to make the presentation. Attorney Kick, you are recognized.
Good morning, sirs. Good morning, ma'ams, and good morning to mga kababayan natin. I have no slide, but I can read my presentation. This is regarding another case, but I can answer the IRM later, but I have a presentation regarding another case. Sir. It's just only a 3-page.
Go ahead.
Yes, sir. Investigation report on Balanga Rural Bank case. Summary of the case. Region 2 personnel Edita C. Conel, Head Accreditation and Quality Assurance Section, and her subordinate Jerome C. Foliante, Social Insurance Officer 3, Philhealth, credited 9,705,332 pesos to Balanga Rural Bank, located in Bataan Region 3 without any valid reason. After some time, Deutsche Bank complained that it had not received any payment from Philhealth involving the same amount of 9,705,332 pesos. Region 2 personnel Edita C. Conel and Jerome C. Foliante said that they have been inadvertently credited the money to Balanga Rural Bank, which is located in Bataan, Region 3. The big question is, how did this happen? Deutsche Bank is in Region 2, while Balanga Rural Bank is in Region 3. There's no way Pro 2 can pay banks situated in Region 3. Edita C. Conel, Head Accreditation and Quality Assurance Section, and her subordinate, Jerome C. Foliante, Social Insurance Officer 3, are telling that incident was inadvertent. However, I discovered that it was multiple transactions of payments of reimbursements of Philhealth benefit claims for 12 consecutive periods for the month of May 2019, between May 2 to 22. This is not merely inadvertent, as the multiple transaction connotes deliberate intent to defraud the government by embezzling the 9,705,332 pesos. The was deliberately not official Philhealth documents in the central office. I learned in my investigation that both Conel and Foliante are permanent employees of Philhealth with years of experience and technical expertise in their respective positions, so there should be no room for these kinds of mistakes. I was wondering why then our VP, Oscar Abado, was not made to explain, so I started investigating now VP Oscar Abado. On the other hand, Balanga Rural Bank persistently refused to return the above-mentioned amount, but later on agreed because of the demand letter from Philhealth legal and judicial administrative actions against Balanga Rural Bank by internal legal department of Philhealth. However, Balanga Rural Bank asserted that it should be compensated for all the troubles and inconvenience it suffered by error, equivalent to 1/2 of 1% of the amount being claimed, or 49,123. On September 25, 2019, Conel, Foliante, and the following officers below attended a meeting with officers of Balanga Rural Bank Incorporated, Balanga City, Bataan. Number 1, Attorney Rogelio A. Pocallan Jr., he was the OIC OSVP Legal Sector, ang current Senior Manager Internal Legal Department. Number 2, Cherry Carmen B. Divina, Acting Senior Manager Controllership Department. Maria Lourdes V. Nagit, Acting Senior Manager Treasury Department. Dr. Salvacion C. S. Madarang, Medical Officer 7, HCDMD, Philhealth Regional Office 2. Attorney Joseph E. Pawig, Attorney 4, Legal Office, Philhealth Regional Office 2. According to Attorney Pocallan, during the said meeting, Conel and Foliante paid the 49,123 pesos to Balanga Bank, which Balanga Bank is asking for the troubles and inconvenience it suffered by error. I was again wondering why it said that the transfer was a mere error, yet it is clear that Region 2 has no authority and access to banks located in other regions, in this case, Bataan, Region 3. I investigated Attorney Pocallan and I learned that he was taking orders from Attorney Rodolfo Jojo Del Rosario Jr. Because of this, I also investigated Attorney Del Rosario and I learned it was supposed to be him who is responsible in conducting investigations in this kind of fraud. But he did nothing and sat down on the case for more than a year to this date. The evidence on the multiple transactions was never reflected by Attorney Del Rosario and Attorney Pocallan, SVP Covita Aragona, SVP Dennis Mas, SVP Dimshaco, and other Philhealth officials who have known the anomaly to the Philhealth board or on any documents. There was also something fishy with the situation because there is no agreement yet or no prior arrangement in Philhealth that Conel and Foliante shall pay for the above-mentioned amount, and it is very unbelievable that right there and then, Conel and Foliante have that considerable amount of money with them. I concluded that 49,123 pesos was actually paid by one of the officers from central office, but not Conel and Foliante. Some people whom I asked information from in Philhealth believe that Balanga Rural Bank case was just a decoy to cover up something bigger, corruption by Oscar Abado in Pro 2 during his stint. The questions that should be answered to shed light to this investigation is who owns the account in Balanga Rural Bank and what is the account number? I was asking around about BP Oscar Abado in Balanga, Bataan, and I heard rumors that he has a mistress or chicks who is from Balanga, Bataan. Because of lack of time, I was not able to confirm if the mistress or chicks of BP Abado in Balanga, Bataan owns the account the money was transferred to. On another angle, I discovered that Attorney Rodolfo Jojo del Rosario had plenty of troubles going to Balanga, Bataan, and so it is possible that it was transferred to Attorney del Rosario's account. Be that as it may, the only thing to do is to determine the real owner of the bank account in Balanga, Bataan, and it will open a Pandora's box. Further, this case has established one of the modus of operandi of Philhealth Mafia untouchables and have identified some of them. Thank you very much, sir, and I'm open for questions, sir.
All right, are you done? Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Attorney Keith, yes. May we ask Commissioner Belica to please rise for the oath? The Secretary will administer the oath.
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear to tell the truth and nothing but the truth in this investigation?
Thank you, Commissioner Belica. You may make your presentation.
Sir, can I start with my opening speech?
Yes, please do so. And if it's possible, so that we can understand what you're saying, you may remove part of your, yes, perhaps you must. The Senate, many times over. If you want to use the, it's okay.
Yes,
but you're quite safe within the panels.
Thank you, sir.
All right.
I have a PowerPoint presentation also, sir, that I will be talking about in one. Ang PACC ay itinatag ng Pangulong Duterte upang tulungan siyang mag-imbestiga, kumuha ng ebidensya, at isumbong sa kanya ang mga korap na opisyal ng gobyerno at irekomenda sa kanya ang mga aksyon na dapat gawin. Madami na kaming inimbestigahan, kinasuhan, pinatanggal at pinakulong. Pero ang issue ng Philhealth, grabe po ito. Grabe ang nakawan, grabe ang kakapalan, grabe ang kawalangyaan. Ang issue ng Philhealth ay issue ng bawat Pilipino. Dahil ang mandato nito ay siguraduhin na tutulungan tayo sa mga bayarin sa ospital kapag tayo ay nagkasakit. Kung grabe ang sakit ng Pilipino, mas grabe ang sakit ng Philhealth. Kawawa po ang Pilipino. Nandito po ako para sabihin sa inyo at sa bawat Pilipino kung paano pinagnanakawan ng Philhealth ang mga tao. Ito ang unang issue na kailangan nating i-address ngayon dahil 2 hanggang 3 bilyong piso ang inilalabas ng Philhealth linggo-linggo na expose sa korupsyon. At ngayon po habang nandito tayo sa hearing ay tuloy-tuloy pa rin ang nakawan, ang bayaran ng mga magnanakaw na ito dahil hindi nababago ang sistema at hindi naaalis ang mga tao maliban sa tinatanggal ng Pangulo. Dahil sa nakawan, namimiligro tayo na mawala ng pondo. Paulit-ulit ang investigasyon pero walang nababago. Ang investigasyon at resulta nito ay dapat umabot sa ugat ng problema. Hindi pwedeng ulo lang. Kailangan lahat hanggang baba makasuhan maparusahan, at mapalitan lahat. Dalawa lang ang kailangan nating tuunan ng pansin para mabago ang korap na sistema sa ngayon. Ang IT at ang legal system. Ang IT system na ginagamit ng Philhealth ngayon has no validation mechanism, kaya na mamanipulate ang mga empleyado at ospital na hindi chine-check ng Philhealth kung totoo ang mga claims nila. Example, para ka nagpagawa ng bahay, ang katiwala mo bumili ng materyales at kinuntsaba ang hardware at dinoble ang presyo ng resibo. Tapos pinabayaran sa iyo at kinuha ang kanyang komisyon sa hardware. Ganyan niloloko ng Philhealth ang mga Pilipino. Dahil walang validation mechanism, bayad lang ng bayad ang Philhealth ng parang tanga sa mga ospital habang ginagago naman ng tao. Tama na ito, tama na ang nakawan. Pangalawang problema ay ang korap at mabagal na sistema ng legal or legal system. Iniipit halos lahat ng kaso. Isang example ay ang Corpus Hospital na merong 220 cases na hindi isinampa ng regional office sa kabila ng order ng central office na sampahan ito ng kaso. Please check the slide, Mr. Chair and Honorable Senators. Ito po ang Philhealth case para tayo ay maintindihan po natin. Nagsisimula po ang lahat sa isang pasyente na lalapit at magpapagamot sa ospital. Ang healthcare facility ay magpapadala po sa in-house IT na data center through e-transporter, e-claims. Ang in-house center po ay magpapadala sa Philhealth ng kanilang claims with random audit lang po. Ibig sabihin, random, hindi lahat titingnan. Ang Philhealth din ay magbabayad sa ospital, pero dun po sa claims ay pinadala, nandun na po ang upcasing, ghost patients, at iba-iba pang mga anomalya na pwedeng gawin. Sa IT system po, ay wala pong malinaw na sistema, hindi transparent, fragmented up to now, kahit bilyon-bilyon na po ang ginamit para sa IT system. At sila-sila lang po ang merong alam kung ano talaga naroon. Tapos po magbabayad na po ang Philhealth sa ospital. Katapos po niyan, yari ang tunay officials as ospital at dahil nga po sa na pwedeng gawin health. Ang tao naman bayad ng health. At dyan or 150 billion lost 2018. Pagkunan ng pera, recruitment, unnecessary din po yung mga kailangan singil, not admitted, di naman na-admit ng hospital. Patients beyond bed, din po natin na-read. Fake med, fake receipt, kung ito sa Philhealth validated ang kanilang $3.7 hanggang 28 13 22 loan at least and sige po, ito naman ang pangyayari at how it is done in the region. Ang hospital claims sa punta sa regional Philhealth pero dahil magka-clog at nagkakaroon ng bottleneck dahil very poor ang systems management nila po, at 14 days hindi na po makakapag-claim ang ospital, so sila po ay legal department, so ang hospital now have to go to the legal department at dun po ayusin ang legal department para sa fixing na yon. Marami na pong pwedeng next. Ito po ang proseso ng pagpa-file ng kaso sa Philhealth. From the meron na po sila dong legal services finding investigation. Pagkatapos regional office sa another fact-finding investigation, doon naman sa central office. Nag-fact-finding na sa baba, ifa-fact-finding yung fact-finding sa taas. So andito po ang posible mga problema kung saan fact-finding unang fact-finding execution kasampa sa arbitration in magasan ng kaso. How is to improve? Number one, system na diniscuss. At pwede na ang fact-find prosecution na national dahil regional naman talaga nakakakita ng pangyayari people on the para pag sa book. Kung problemang ito, kaya ako isinasite dahil this is the very problem why there is almost no case that has been filed by the Philhealth office against erring officials, erring hospitals. Dahil sa haba ng sistema yan, ang dami ng paraan na pwede mong harangin ng mga kaso. Just like what I cited kanina po sa Corpus case where 220 cases has not been acted upon up to this day. Next. Number two, they have to improve their IT and legal infrastructure. Dapat po maglagay ng external validation mechanism ang Philhealth sa kanilang IT system. Marami na pong nag-offer ng solusyon sa problemang ito gaya ng Land Bank, DBP, at iba pang mga private companies at no cost to government. Hindi nila inaaksyonan dahil maapektuhan ang kanilang pinagkakakitaan. Philhealth ng additional funding of 2 billion pesos kung talagang gusto nila. Ang problema sa Philhealth dahil gaya ng sinabi, meron na pong nag-o-offer ng mga solusyon sa problemang ito at no cost to government. Pangalawa, suspension everyone involved in the corruption and appointment of OIC. Ipapasuspende ang lahat ng involved sa kapalpakan at korupsyon mula board, executive committee hanggang sa regions, pending investigations at mag-appoint ng mga OICs para sa araw-araw na operations. Dahil kung si General Morales, bali wala po ito dahil hindi ma-address ang problema dahil mula ulo hanggang paa ang korupsyon sa Philhealth. I-improve ang legal system by simplifying the legal process at ilabas ang investigasyon sa opisina ng Philhealth para matutukan at maisampa sa korte ang mga kaso hanggang sa pinakadulong empleyado naging parte sa nakawan sa Philhealth. At i-continue ang investigation on fraudulent cases, fake cases. Ituloy ang investigasyon sa lahat ng kasama ang regional office para ipaliwanag ang upcasing at sobra-sobrang perang ginastos nito. Kami po sa PACC ay may mahabang listahan na iniimbestigahan. Marami po kaming Hindi ko na lamang po babanggitin ngayon para hindi makompromise ang ongoing investigations namin. Pero mula ulo hanggang paa, titingnan namin ang lahat ng dinadaanan nila. Wala kaming palulusutin at wala kaming didiinan. yun lang totoo ang ilalabas namin at kakasuhan. Magsasampa na rin po kami ng kaso sa Ombudsman at ipapatuloy namin ang investigasyon kasama ang task force na binuo ng Pangulo. Ito po ang mensahe ko sa mga empleyado ng PhilHealth. Kapag may nakawang nangyari at hindi ka umimik, ang tawag sa iyo kasabwat. At bilang pangwakas, nais ko lang pong sabihin sa Senado at sa Pilipino na sa banal na kasulatan, ang pagnanakaw ay hinahatulan ng parusang kamatayan. Maraming salamat po.
Thank you, Commissioner Belica. All right. We'd like to thank, of course, our source persons for that. I will beg the indulgence of my colleagues. During the last hearing, if you will recall, it was very seldom that I asked questions. But let me start off by asking the questions from the senators. And these are mostly offshoots of the previous hearing. So before I recognize the Vice Chairman, allow me to focus first on some questions on PhilHealth. So this could be answered by either General Morales, who I hope is virtually present, and anybody else from PhilHealth. If you again, this is to clarify issues that were brought about last hearing. And maraming mga kababayan tayo na nagtatanong tungkol dito sa mga issues na ito. Una, the Philippine Health Insurance Corporation. Sa pangalan pa lang, from the name of the agency itself, we can easily deduce that you are an insurance corporation. Tama po ba?
Tama po. That's correct po, Senator.
Correct. So, it is not an insurance company created to indemnify an insured from a loss he or she incurred. Hindi po ba basic ito? No? Halimbawa, meron akong insurance sa sasakyan ko other than the compulsory third-party liability. Nagbabayad ako ng premium. Pag nagkaroon ng damage yung sasakyan ko dahil sa aksidente, saka lang ako makakatanggap ng payment. Ano? My insurance. Yeah. Kung wala naman naging damage sa sasakyan, walang ibibigay sa akin ng insurance. Kahit yung premium na ibinabayad ko, hindi naman ibinabalik sa akin. Ano? Gaya ng PhilHealth po. Ako bilang miyembro, nagbabayad ako ng premium every month. Kung hindi ako magkakasakit, wala akong makukuha sa PhilHealth. Tama po ba?
Opo. Tama po.
Alright, thank you. With that as a premise, no? Earlier, merong nabanggit at nagpaliwanag si Atty. Labe tungkol dito sa issue ng IRM. Now, while I'm aware that some of these have already been answered during the last hearing, I just want to ask it again that you will give this committee a clear and valid answer. Ano po ang legal basis for implementing the interim?
Let me check on my reference. Okay, dito sa aming hinandang sagot, yung legal basis o ay Republic Act 7875 na nakalagay amends to supervise, PhilHealth to supervise the provisions of health benefits and to set standards, rules, and regulations necessary to ensure quality of care, appropriate utilization of services, fund viability, member satisfaction, and overall accomplishment of program objectives. Sa Section 16 ho ng nasabing batas, nakasabi rin ho, to formulate and implement guidelines on contributions and benefits, healthcare provider arrangements, payment methods. At sa Section D ho ng naturang Section 16, to negotiate and enter into contracts with healthcare institutions, professionals, regarding the payment mechanisms, design and implementation of administrative and operating systems and procedures, financing and delivery of health services in behalf of its members, Yung IRM ho, nagamit na ho yan dati nung panahon ng Yolanda at ng Undoy at nung natatanda ko nung Taal eruption nung January. So, ginamit na ho siya.
All right. Thank you. You mentioned of Republic Act 875, no? Because as you read, linawin ko to formulate and implement guidelines of contributions and benefits, portability of benefits, cost containment and quality assurance, and healthcare provider arrangements, payment methods, again, payment methods and referral systems. Yun po yung nakasaad sa batas.
Opo.
During the last hearing, Attorney Del Rosario said in this hearing, the Charter of Philhealth that authorizes the Philhealth Board or the corporation to implement or craft policies in connection with providing payment mechanisms and with the declaration of public health emergency and with the provisions of Bayanihan Act to Heal as one, the board has decided that PhilHealth has to devise a financing mechanism that will help sector to combat the pandemic crisis. Ito po bang payment mechanism pareho ng financing mechanism? Kahit sino naman po makikita na malaki ang pagkakaiba ng term. Ano po ba? Hindi po ba? Magkaiba po yung payment mechanism sa financing mechanism. So yung payment method nyo, doon, pwedeng sabihin sa payment mechanism. Pero yung financing mechanism, iba po yun. Ano po?
Opo, iba po.
Right. Now, kayo po ba, ang PhilHealth po ba has the power to finance any health case provider? Tingin ko po.
Hindi po.
Kasama sa mandate, ano? Tama po, no?
Ang mandate ng PhilHealth ay magbayad ho ng health services.
Correct. So, it is not within your mandate to finance. No. And,
Hindi po.
It means that you are doing is an ultra vires act kung tawagin ng mga abogado.
Mr. President.
Baka ho pwedeng ipaliwanag ni Atty. Del Rosario because of the technical nature of the question.
Tapusin ko na rin muna para sa masagot ni Atty. Del Rosario sapagkat siya ay nabanggit dito. When the Minority Leader, Senator Frank Drilon, if they're rendered on your advance payment mechanism, the Atty. Del Rosario then at first said that there was none. But eventually, he changed his answer saying that there was. Tinitingnan po namin lahat yung journal ng mga sinasabi niyo rito. Can you provide the committee with that legal opinion and read some highlights of it so that the others who are watching or listening to this hearing will be apprised as well? Kasi po, meron kayong hiningi. Sige po. Kasi,
May I respond, Mr. President? Provider payment mechanisms. PhilHealth is a healthcare financing institution. We are a social health insurance agency. Social health insurance is one way of financing healthcare. And the financing healthcare on the part of PhilHealth is through the provider payment mechanisms. And the law provides.
Sandali lang ho.
I'm sorry. Go ahead, sir.
Opinion po nyo ba yan o anong base?
No, sir. This is based on the charter of the corporation and the subsequent amendments to the National Health Insurance Act. So if you can get an expert on healthcare financing, if you must. But if you want to listen, Mr. President, I am the Committee on Legislation Chair of PhilHealth. I've been working with your fellow senators and your staff pertaining to the Universal Healthcare Act. You may not know me because I'm working on the sidelines. Ano po? So the healthcare financing mechanism, one of the forms of healthcare financing is social health insurance, where PhilHealth comes in. And PhilHealth finances healthcare through the development of provider payment mechanisms. And the law provides, as yung provider payment mechanisms po, iba-iba po yan. Meron po tayong case rate system, meron po tayong fee for service, meron po tayong capitation. capitation is an prospective payment mechanism. During the deliberations on the Universal Healthcare Act, the legislators decided that it is best for PhilHealth to adopt prospective payment mechanisms. This is also an anti-fraud strategy for the corporation. So, nandun na po yung advance, ayun, meron po tayong global budget. Nandun na po yung capitation pa rin at yung provider case payment mechanism, ay yung case rate. But the law enjoins us to shift to diagnostic-related groups. So this is the reason, Mr. President, that the Congress and the Senate, both houses of Congress and the President to the Executive, decided to amend the composition of the PhilHealth Board. If you must notice, the PhilHealth Board is now composed of healthcare financing experts, supposedly. And they are there to understand. No? They understand the healthcare financing.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
Yes,
Chairman,
with the indulgence of
may I ask
Senator
the-
Tolentino, go ahead.
resource person to refrain from lecturing this Senate panel because we already know that this committee is part of the Congress drafted that law that you're trying to explain. So to abbreviate that, you answer directly the question propounded by the Senate President.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm just giving a background on
Mr.
the
President,
answer that I'm trying
May?
to.
The Vice Chairman is recognized.
yes, let's go to specifics, Attorney De Rosario. You're
Yes, sir.
citing the law, no?
Opo,
But lahat ng batas, implementing guidelines, implementing rules and regulations.
that is correct.
Ang tanong ni Senate President, ano naging basis sa issuance noong IRM? Kasi for every circular issued by PhilHealth, meron pinanggagalingan yan. Specifically for Ondoy, for Marawi, for Yolanda, for Taal. And recently, and the latest, itong COVID-19. Ano naging basis noong Circular 2020-0007?
Mr. President, the basis of our circulars is a board resolution
Yes.
passed by the
As in,
PhilHealth
teka
Board.
muna sandali.
Go ahead, sir.
As in, do sa Yolanda may board resolution. Ondoy, circular, may board resolution. And so forth and so on. Now, what is the board resolution that was issued or ratified or adopted by the board to authorize the issuance of memorandum of PhilHealth Circular 2020-0007?
Sir, I don't remember the.
I'll tell you, kasi tinanong ko si Corsec Mangawang, yung board resolution PBR 2515, which we even issued a subpoena ducis tecum, di ba? Now, I will ask you now, kasi yun ang naging basis ng issuance ng 2020-0007 dated March 20, 2020, correct?
I'm not.
No, I'm telling
I'm
you.
sorry, sir. Go ahead, sir.
Yung circular ng PhilHealth 2020-0007 is dated March 20, 2020. Tama? Legal counsel, if he doesn't want.
That is correct, Mr.
Okay.
President.
Now, what is the basis? What is the board resolution that served as the basis for the issue circular 2020-007? Attorney Labe, 2515, hindi ba? Okay. Anong date ng 2515? Nandito, pinasubpina namin sa inyo eh. 2515 is dated March 31, 2020. Paano nauna pa yung karitela sa kabayo? Ang umihila sa karitela, in this case, is the board resolution dated March 31, 2020. Because when I asked Jonathan Mangawang, kung kasi meron akong pinakitang unnumbered board resolution dated, yun nga, March 31, 2020. Sabi niya, that is the same board resolution being referred to as yung board resolution 2515 signed by 7 members of PhilHealth Board. Now, paano nauna pa yung IRM circular for COVID-19 na dated March 20, samantalang yung board resolution ratifying the implementation or the issuance of that circular March 31. Yes, Corsec.
Thank you, Mr. President and Mr. Senator. On January...
No, sagutin mo lang, tanong ko muna, paano nauna yung circular kaysa sa board resolution?
Mr. Senator, there is actually another PBR which was also submitted to the Senate. And that number is PBR 2496.
2496 refers to Taal.
No, sir. 2496 series of 2020. The title is Resolution Approving the Inclusion of IRM among the special privileges that may be conferred during fortuitous events and emergencies.
Yeah, pero para yun yung board resolution para doon sa Taal IRM. Not for this particular case because walang board resolution at the time that you released the circular para sa COVID-19. Ang ginamit yung reference yung para sa Taal, which is not supposed to be the case because di ba, for every fortuitous event, wala pa nga tayo doon sa COVID-19 because that's another issue altogether. Because pag sinabing fortuitous event, acts of God or acts of man, di ba? Sandali lang, attorney. Ang tanong ko lang, anong basis ng Circular 0007, Series of 2020, di ba yung board resolution ng para just for this particular circular, which is 2515?
Mr. Senator, may I answer?
Sige.
As I mentioned earlier, the board approved on January 28, 2020, January 30, 2020, PBR number 2496, series of 2020. This includes IRM among the special privileges that may be adopted or conferred during fortuitous events and emergencies. There's a necessity to approve this PBR because in previous instances when IRM was utilized for Yolanda, Marawi, etc., the board always issues a PBR for the release of IRM to specific calamity or fortuitous events. So the management requested on January 30, 2020 to include the IRM among the special privileges to be conferred to healthcare providers to ensure that our members will continue to have access to healthcare services. And so when the IRM for COVID-19 was issued or implemented by management, despite the authority given under January 30 PBR 2496, the management deemed it proper to submit to the board for ratification the use of IRM for COVID during COVID pandemic because of the magnitude of the amount, Mr. Chair, Mr. President.
Yes, yeah, thank you, Mr. President.
Yes. Kung tama yung sinasabi ninyo na covered na yun nung January resolution nyo, ba't inulit nyo pa ng March?
Mr. President.
After we have already used it as the legal basis.
Mr. President, Mr. Senator, as mentioned in our, as indicated, stated in the minutes of the meeting on March 31, it was because of the magnitude of the amount to be released that the management deemed it proper to seek ratification or confirmation by the board of the releases of the IRM. In fact, when it was presented on March 31, there were already releases made to government and private facilities.
Attorney, ang 1 peso at 1 billion, pareho rin yun eh. Yun ang pananaw ng mga kababayan natin eh. So hindi ganun kadali yun eh. Yung legal opinion na sinasabi ninyo, now, that you have presented to this committee before and you are now saying, and Attorney Dalusario also saying, ang tingin po namin tuloy, talaga, we can only surmise that there is really something wrong with this IRM or interim reimbursement mechanism. Kahit hindi po abogado ang tumingin, I'm certain that the COVID-19 cannot be equated to Ondoy and Marawi siege. You know, and other healthcare, there were actual losses experienced by the hospitals and other healthcare institutions due to the fortuitous events na sinatawag, during the two instances. Kaya yung real sense of reimbursement, pwede talaga. However, the current implementation of your RM, advance payment for COVID-19 affected hospitals, is another thing. Yun po ang punto eh. Now, we agree that the intent of the IRM is notable, but it won't stop the Senate from casting doubt dahil dito sa mga nakikita natin yan. Now, with that, how did the board come up with the amount of 27 billion as the fund allotted or allocated for the IRM? Dr. Susie Magalo.
Thank you, Mr. President. The board did not come up with that amount. I have here an email from the corporate secretary on March 20 that is informing us that Philhealth will be using the IRM mechanism and that 20 released to accredited healthcare facilities. And the IRM was initially extended during Yolanda, Marawi, and Taal, and that the PCO will seek ratification of the application of this measure. So this was on March 20. So in fact, Mr. President, we were not the ones who initiated this. We were informed that this was the decision.
In other words, it did not come from the board.
No, sir.
The 27 billion.
No, sir.
Isinubo sa inyo.
Yes,
na ganun
sir.
daw yung gagamitin.
Yes, sir.
All right. And again, where did this come from?
Sir, this is an email coming from the corporate secretary on March 20. And then this was also followed.
Attorney Del Rosario's office.
No, from
Attorney Mangawan.
yes.
Okay.
And then, sir, there was a March 27 memo, which is OPCO Memorandum 2020-003, which was for the board, which stated that there was already this IRM mechanism.
The Vice Chair?
Yes, thank you, Mr. President. In other words, what you're saying, Dr. Susi, is that walang authorization from the board yung March 20, 2020 issuance, yung IRM 2020-0007, walang authority from the board.
There was a board meeting. I'm not sure what date the board meeting was, where it was discussed, but we were informed. This was
Only
not.
informed.
We were just informed, and we were asked to endorse it.
And you were asked to endorse, but you did not ratify or adopt a resolution because the board resolution came after.
Yes, sir. That is
Yeah.
correct.
So walang authorization from the board yung IRM yung circular 0007 dated March 20. You were just informed
Yes, sir.
that they would implement.
Yes,
That's
sir.
another thing, sa implementation. We noticed na yung past issuances, Mr. President, if I may, yung date ng implementation or dissemination comes immediately after the issuance. Can you flash on the screen? Past issuances, pagka yung either on the same date or the day after, lumalabas yung dissemination or implementation. Pero in this particular case, it came a month after yung dissemination. April 22 na disseminate. Yung IRM, yung 0007, March 20. Now, in an effort to justify the date, in-antedate nila to March 21. But the date of the dissemination was on April 22. Kasi marami na silang releases, prior to March 31, board resolution, yung 2515, nakapag-release na yung Philhealth ng 703 million pesos. Actually, 703,661,648.79. And then, prior to April 22, ang fund releases na ng Philhealth, mas malaki pa, umabot na ng 9.29 or 9.3 billion pesos. So, in effect, hindi pa na-disseminate. Ang tanong ko ngayon, Mr. President, anong guidelines meron yung mga magre-release ng pondo, yung mag-i-implement, yung regional vice presidents, kung wala pang nai-issue yung implementing guidelines or what they call SOP? Kasi nag-i-issue sila ng SOP, nandun yung parameters, nandun yung guidelines, how to disburse, how to make a list, how to, all the guidelines are there. So how could they release without implementing guidelines or what they call SOP? That's my question, Mr. President. Thank you.
And who would like to answer that question?
Mr. Chairman,
What would have justified the release of 703 million and 9.3 billion?
Mr. President, may I?
Yes, go ahead. Go ahead.
Hello. Yes, Mr. President, members of the Senate. As a background, in January 2020, we were in a state of anxiety because we knew that COVID was coming. We knew how it hit the other countries. And so we were in a state of panic. So we wanted to be preemptive, to take preemptive measures, to be able to prepare our hospitals to respond to this pandemic, which we did not know at that time how soon, how hard, and how long it was going to hit us. Now, the computation of the board, of course, has to rely on management for figures because the figures lies with management. And the algorithm we adopted was to use the 90-day historical claim of the hospitals as the basis for the IRM allocation. So it is not arbitrary. And what we wanted to achieve was to prepare all the regions, the provinces, and the cities with a COVID war chest that would prepare them to respond to the pandemic. Now, in the administration of this effort, there were some, I must admit, some expedients that had to be adopted because hindi ho natin alam kung gaano katindi ang dagok nitong COVID. Nagmamadali kaming makarelease ng pera. But we made sure that all the releases were covered by a contract and that we would be able to account for all the funds that were available. We were getting a lot of rescue entreaties from hospitals that they had to buy PPEs, they had to buy disinfectants, they were worried about their workforce. So yun ho yung sitwasyon early this year when all this was happening. Ang intention ho ng Philhealth ay maunahan ho yung COVID, yung tama ho ng pandemic. Yun po.
Thank you. That is a further dahil naunahan yung pitch na naging alarmado kayo. Nauna pa kayo sa DOH ng January. That's good. But may I ask Board Member Mercado and Board Member Cabading, was that the intention in January when you passed that? Yung 2496?
Sir, in January, as far as I recall, we were not talking about COVID yet.
Well, yun nga sinasabi. Attorney Kabading, how about you? You were there. Board Member Kabading. Yes, he's logged in. Anyway.
Mr. President, with the indulgence of our colleagues, kasi pinasa natin yung Bayanihan Act to Heal Us Act 1, March 24. Naunahan pa nila tayo na magbibigay tayo ng authorization or authority to the President to realign budgets and so forth and so on. Yan, as early as January, na-foresee na nila na i-address na nila yung pandemic. Yung unang kaso sa Pilipinas, I remember yung Wuhan couple. I think that was March or February yata yun. Naunahan pa nila yung unang-unang COVID case. In-anticipate nyo na. Thank you, Mr. President.
Yes, Attorney Kabading, Board Member Kabading, are you able to answer already before I Otherwise, I'll recognize the minority leader first. Go ahead.
Minority leader first. Thank you.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Cabado, for recognizing the minority leader. That is the role of the Senate President. Anyway, I just, with the indulgence of my colleagues, just on that point that that the Senate President and Senator Lacson brought up, which I cannot let pass. As an excuse, Mr. Morales said that in mid-January, they were in a state of panic because of the COVID-19, which they said they were not sure that's why they had to build a war chest and wanted to take preemptive measures. Now, obviously, this is an excuse, Mr. President, because your Secretary of Health, who is the president or is the chairman of Philhealth, did not do anything until mid-March. He was even saying that do not panic. And yet an agency under the Department of Health was already panicking, if we are to believe them. So obviously, Mr. President, this is an excuse which should not be allowed to stand unchallenged. We believe that something was wrong with the IRM, and the excuses now given are nothing but excuses trying to cover up. So thank you, Mr. President. Sorry for interrupting.
All right, Attorney Kamating, you heard the statements.
Mr. Chair, good morning sa lahat. This is one of the anxieties being part of the members of the board. Yang IRM na yan, I'm so uncomfortable giving out money in advance. Like putting your foot ahead of the fire there as an accountant. And then I suspect, just like that come out in the hearing last time, that a favoritism that is actually, that I heard actually being told by some employees, that there are favoritism in this release of IRM. If you look at the,
Come on, Attorney Kamating, answer the question first. We can go to that later on.
Yeah,
in January, during the board meetings or the talks, as mentioned also by board member Mercado, was this the intention of the 2469? 2496?
Hello, Mr. Chair.
Go ahead, yes.
You are referring to the PBR for RIM?
Yes. January, meron kayong board resolution 2496. Ang sinasabi ng presidente, yung COVID daw ito, pinaghandaan nyo na. Ang sabi ng isang board member ay hindi nyo napapag-usapan ng COVID itong board resolution na ito. Ikaw, ano ba ang intindi mo nung pinapasa ninyo ito?
January? I
Yes.
could not subscribe with that. We don't talk about it. Kung yun ang sinasabi niya.
You did not talk about it in the board, yung COVID.
Yeah, by January, none of that sort, Mr. Chair.
All right. Again, back to my question then, Attorney Mangaon. How did you come up with the 27 billion allocated for IRM?
Mr. President, that can be answered by our finance people. But let me just inform the Senate, Mr. President, that on January 30, 2020 board meeting where the PBR 2496 was approved, the board was discussing, in fact, the COVID. That was the first day, that was the time when the DOH announced the first case of COVID in the Philippines. In fact, there was a PBR 2497 that was approved also by the board on January 30, 2020, providing 1,000 package for isolation. And I remember that the secretary had to rush back to DOH for the announcement. that of the first COVID patient case in the Philippines, Mr. President.
Mr. Jimenez, you're taking the floor. Why? Go ahead. Baka mabigyan mo kami ng linaw dahil nalalabo ang kami rito. Mr. Jimenez, go ahead. Please unmute your computer. If you can hear me, please unmute your computer. All right, go ahead now.
Hello.
Yes, go ahead. We can hear you. Go ahead. What are you were raising your hand?
No, sir. Sorry po.
Okay, sige. We don't have anything to say. Let me continue.
Meron po, pero other time na po, sa mga sunod na po.
We're still in the issue. Sige. It was discussed during the last hearing. Who's raising his hand?
Mr. Vargas, sir.
Mr. Vargas?
Yes, sir. Sir, if I may just be allowed to read the whereas in the board resolution 2496, just to clarify. One, two, three, four. And the fifth whereas, in order that it can provide quick and timely response to the healthcare needs of Philhealth members and their dependents, as well as ensure the financial viability of healthcare institutions in affected areas, the management recommended that the IRM be included among the that may be fortuitous events and emergencies. Wherefore, premises considered, the board resolves, as it is hereby resolved, to approve the inclusion of IRM among the special privileges that may be conferred during the fortuitous events and emergencies, thereby amending Resolution 1848, series of 2013 for the purpose.
Mr. Vargas, kung kasintindi ng COVID ang pinag-uusapan nyo, ilalagay nyo rito yung COVID, hindi lang fortuitous events. Sanay kami sa gawa ng resolution dito. Never mind. May I proceed? No? It was discussed last hearing how the amount of the IRM was released to each healthcare institution. Its HCI is being computed. However, the IRM fund released to the healthcare institution, as revealed by General Morales during the last hearing, could possibly be more than the actual COVID-related expenses that Philhealth should be paying these institutions. General Morales added that the excess of this IRM or IRM fund meant for COVID-19, instead of being returned, will now under their regular benefit payments. Now, allow me, para malinaw, ito yung mga sinabi ninyo. Allow me to read the transcript. Senator Poe, okay. So, ang ibig sabihin nito, sinasabi ninyo na kung sakasakali nga at makikitang hindi nagastos yung pera, ay dapat ibalik pa ito sa PhilHealth? Mr. Morales, hindi ho. Ang ililiquidate ho nila dyan, yung ibang benefit payments na. Kasi yung IRM ho is historical claim worth 90 days. So yun ang nagde-determine kung magkano ang due sa hospital. And then, Mr. Morales, so kung mag-account sila magkano yung kanilang COVID claims at natapos na ho yung pandemic at hindi na nila magagamit sa COVID yun, doon na nila kukunin yung mga ibang regular benefit claims doon na nila ililiquidate. Now, my question is, does Philhealth have the power to grant advance payment to those institutions claiming their regular benefits or those non-COVID related or non-COVID-19 related claims? Wala, hindi po ba? As I earlier established in my question, you are an insurance company. You indemnify when there is already a loss. Kaya ang normal na procedure nyo ay magsasubmit muna ng mga dokumento ang isang ospital, saka ninyo babayaran. Kaya nga po ang laki pa ng payables ninyo sa mga ospital, hindi po ba? General Morales.
Opo.
Oh, so hindi po ba ang purpose ng IRM, particularly on what we are discussing now, ay para sa COVID-19 related claims lang dapat? Again, dahil sa ganitong paraan ng liquidation na sinabi ninyo noon, napapalawak na naman ang implementasyon ng IRM na kahit hindi na related ng COVID-19, eh supposedly claim ng isang ospital, nabibigyan sila ng advance payment. And again, this is beyond your power. Can you comment again, General Morales?
Opo. Sa kasalukuyan po, hindi pa ho natin alam kung tapos na ho ang pandemic. O yung isang area ho na mababa yung incidence ay hindi na ho sila magkakaroon ng COVID. So, yun ho ang aming pananaw na habang hindi pa ho natatapos ito, minabuti namin na nandun muna yung pondo sa kanila at yun naman ho ay i-liquidate nila pagdating ng panahon.
Mr. President.
Yes, Attorney Dalton.
Thank you, Mr. President. We maintain that the corporation, based on the provisions of our charter, is empowered to pass a provider payment mechanism such as the IRM. And we share this with our board members who approve this type of financing, Mr. President. We have to understand that the role of Philhealth in all this particular problem of pandemic, the Philhealth is also affected. Our workforce is also affected, no? So may mga alternative work arrangements po tayo, tapos hindi po lahat ng ating information system ay establisado para makapaprocess ng claim remotely. So the payment of claims will certainly be reduced and the financing of the healthcare services in the entire country will be affected. So this is a risk that the Philhealth Board has taken. Ngayon, doon sa mga sinasabi na may mga pinapaboran, ilabas po natin kung ano po yun, sino po yung mga pinaboran at bakit anong basis na pinaboran po sila. Kasi kung ang basis lang po ng legal basis lang po ng IRM, matatag po yung legal basis ng IRM. Dahil kailangan po ito ng mga pagamutan po natin. Tapos sinasabi natin para lang po sa mga COVID patients. Hindi po totoo na sila lang po ang apektado. Apektado po yung mga buntis, apektado po yung mga dialysis patients. So, sir, I hope that the Senate will be more appreciative of this particular designed to healthcare sector. This is the role of Philhealth. Mr. President.
Magkaibang perspective yung sinasabi ninyo. Nevertheless, sige, if you insist that you have legal basis for that and everything, that is the reason also for this inquiry. Because this is in aid of legislation, we will cut that off. No, when we amend the Philhealth law para mas malinaw. Linawin natin kung ano pwede ninyo at hindi. Dahil meron kayong interpretasyon na pwede na hindi naman pwede. Pananagutan nyo din naman yan. Sige, let's see. Alright, Attorney Keith, go ahead.
Sir, with regards to IRM, sir, it is a reimbursement mechanism by the name itself, interim, temporary reimbursement. You have to reimburse.
Yes, we established that earlier, yes.
In a mechanism. Sir, ignorance of the law excuses no one from compliance. However, they are not ignorant. They have deliberately, on the point of view of anti-fraud legal officer, they are not ignorant. They deliberately use the policy as a defense. And I have shown to you before a deferment of interim reimbursement mechanism. As a criminal lawyer, this is a defense already. However, it also shows that it is a conspiracy document. Another one is liquidation interim optional signed by the EVP President, Arnel De Jesus, that it would only be optional. Why should they do that? Because it should be, the first policy, it should be fully liquidated. And it was published, the memorandum circular that was mentioned a while ago, the first policy. They have effectively amended that one by issuing a memorandum. This memorandum was not even published. Memorandum dated June 16, 2020, signed by the President and Chief Executive Officer, Brigadier General Ricardo Morales. So they cannot amend a circular which was already published. So thing with the IRS, no withholding of taxes. If we will not withheld a tax, it is already a criminal and administrative liability under the tax law. So the amount that was not withheld is this 298 million plus. I think that is the amount. So that is already way above 50 million. The IRM 14.9 billion. If you did not pack it, but you have lost the money. If you have under revised penal code, you have malversed it. But in this special law, you have embezzled it. You have put it to a different direction. You have to. There must be a claim first. There must be a claim first. But that's why I'm pointing out to these documents, because they are just deliberately using policies to defend themselves, just like what Dennis Mas did in the Wellmed case. He used the policy to exonerate Ispargas. So I have found out this. They have been trying to help each other. The modus operandi of the Philhealth Mafia Untouchables is compartmentalization and complementary. Compartmentalized because the other department will not know what they are doing, but when they have a problem, they will help each other. That's why I brought out the Balanga case so that I can show you how they help each other and how they cover up the cases. Thank you, sir.
Right, the minority leader is recognized.
Yeah, just two brief points. Number one, in the previous hearing, we asked if there was a legal opinion rendered to justify the IRM. So may we know if this was submitted? Number two, may we ask that the board minutes were board resolution number 2496 was enacted, and this was in January, be submitted by the corporate secretary. And number three, may we request our resource persons, and a reminder that this is not a court of law. Please do not argue your legal points. Just tell us what the facts are. We understand your legal points, but this is a hearing in aid of legislation, and not therefore such legal arguments may be valid, but not in this proceeding. So we would request, Mr. President, there are a lot of us wanting to ask questions. So opinions such as those rendered or put on record, which are really for a court of law, should not be presented, as it will only lengthen these proceedings. Thank you very much, Mr. President.
All right, thank you, Senator Vilon. And besides, I have a series of questions still, but I will forego with this because I think I've already established what I want to find out. And it's quite clear at this point. So may we now call on Senator Lasso, the Vice Chairman, you have your 10 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. President. Anyway, this was discussed already. I would have picked up from where we left off last Tuesday, yung tungkol kay Corsec Mangawang, but this has been adequately discussed, and it has been established that the board was not aware last January 30, 2020, that the IRM or the board resolution that they were adopting would address the pandemic. As a matter of fact, yung Wuhan couple, nagbiyahe yan from Dumaguete to Manila, January 21. So, maski nga si Secretary Duque, hindi niya pa alam na meron tayong hinaharap na pandemic. And yet, Philhealth insisting na inuunahan pa nila, pinipreempt na nila. So anyway, that has been clearly established in our discussion. So enough of that. I'd like to address my question to General De Villa, if he is around.
Yes, General De Villa is supposed to be virtually present.
General De Villa? In the meantime, that we're waiting for General De Villa, I'm just curious. What's the real reason for resignation?
Sir, kung mamarapatin niyo po, meron akong parang ginawang na makakasagot po dun sa mga yung aking mga tanong po sa akin. Kung pwede pong basahin ko po.
Sige, but bago kayo recognize the Senate President na magbigay ng opening statement, pakisagot lang muna yung ano talaga yung totoong dahilan kayo nag-resign. Kasi nabigla rin nag-resign kayo.
Honorable Senator Mr. Vice Chairman, magandang hapon po sa inyo lahat. Ako po si Dr. Augustus De Villa na voluntaryong humarap sa inyo upang bigyan linaw ang usapin sa abot ng aking makakaya. Ako ay kasama ninyo sa advokasya na linisin ang katiwalian sa Philhealth. Mayroon po akong tatlong dahilan sa pagbibitiw. Unang dahilan po, at ito po ay na-discuss ko po kay Presidency o General Morales. Ako po ay nagdesisyon na simulan ang matagal ko na naantala po sa buhay na makasama ang pamilya ko. Pagkatapos po ng 30 taon na tapat na serbisyo sa Armed Forces of the Philippines under the Medical Corps. At yun po ay natapos ng ako po ay nagretiro nung July 31, 2019. So effective August 2019 po, ako po ay retirado na. Matagal ko rin pong hindi masyadong nakasama yung pamilya ko. Ako po ay single parent kasi ang asawa ko po ay namatay na ng mahigit 13 taon na nakakaraan at yun po ay dahil sa breast cancer. Ako po ay may 3 anak na babae. Ito po ay talagang pinapangarap ko nung nasa aktibong service ako makasama po sila. But fortunately or unfortunately, ako po ay nakapagtrabaho uli makalipas ng 1 buwan sa Philhealth. That was starting September 2019 at ito po ay under a job order po ng 2 buwan at po nakapag regular employee po starting October 27, 2019 hanggang mag-resign po ako last Thursday. So yun po, talagang gusto ko pong gugulin yun sa pamilya ko. May ikalawa po akong dahilan sa aking pagbibitiw. Ito po ay dahil sa isa na rin akong senior citizen na may konting comorbidity po, high blood po ako, ay vulnerable din ako mahawa sa virus na ito. Ang ginugol ko po talagang pagtatrabaho sa Philhealth ay Monday to Friday. Hindi ko po inisip yung pandemic at gusto ko po talagang makapagserbisyo para sa taong bayan natin. At bilang isang doktor, masasabi ko po na ang pandemya na ito ay totoo at mapanganib. So yun po yung ikalawa. Yung ikatlo ko pong dahilan sa pagbibitiw, ang huli at ikatlong dahilan ng aking pagbibitiw ay sa kadahilanan ng delikadesa po. Ako po ay sa taong marangal, mayroong dignidad at integridad. Malinis po ang aking konsyensya. At naniniwala ako na hindi ako babagay na magsilbi pa sa isang ahensya ng gobyerno na punong-puno ng alegasyon ng korupsyon at katiwalian. Ako po ay naniniwala na meron ngang katotohanan, sinadya man o hindi, at ito po ay base sa mga lumalabas na pagsusuri at lalong-lalo na po nung Martes, nung unang hearing po. Mr. President, when I joined Philhealth last year, I promised myself then that in 1 year, I and my esteemed senior brother in the AFP, now Philhealth President CEO Jel Morales, we would be able to put things right in Philhealth. But unfortunately, I was wrong. As we now have to grapple with the sad spectacle of alleged anomalies being unearthed in this investigation in the Senate and in the House of the President, of the Representatives. Mr. President, it was not a painful decision to break from my colleagues in Philhealth. I learned from my training that the honorable thing to do in a crisis where the honor of the institution you serve is under attack. My decision is to step aside and work from the vantage point to salvage the honor of the institution which is Philhealth. Sa issue po ng korupsyon, mafia at sindikato ay matagal na nating naririnig bago pa po ako pumasok sa Philhealth. Dahil dito, ang makakapagpatunay na lang ng mga dapat maipatupad para matapos ang lahat ng aligasyon ay yung mga nakakaalam at lalabas para patunayan yung mga aligasyon. Para sa akin, kung mapapatunayan po, ang may kasalanan ay dapat maparusahan. Subalit ang mga walang kasalanan ay malayang makapagpatuloy ng matapat na trabaho. Salamat po.
General De Villa.
Sir, Mr. Vice
Sabi niyo out
Chairman po.
of kasi nga sa dami ng mga corruption allegation, wala kayong sinabi. Gusto lang namin marinig, ano yung umabot sa kaalaman niyo bilang Senior Vice President for Operations, hindi po ba? SVP Operations, but you were acting or OIC, EVP?
Nag-acting ano po ako, EVP and COO simula po nung November 4, 2019 hanggang ano po, April 26. April 27 po, nagpalit na po kami ni Sir Arnel De Jesus at siya na po yung hindi acting, siya na po yung EVP COO.
Yeah. Ano yung mga anomalyang pag-alam ng nandong bilang acting EVP and later on as SVP?
Sir, pasensya na po, nagpuputol-putol kasi. Yung mga natutunan na
sinabi niyo,
yes, sir.
Kayo out of delicadeza dahil may katotohanan yung napapag-usapang na korupsyon na katiwalian sa Philhealth. Hindi kayo po nagbigay ng mga specifics. Gusto namin marinig from you, directly from you, ano yung mga particular instances na merong katotohanan yung mga aligasyon ng korupsyon sa Philhealth.
Sir, ang naririnig ko po na talagang alam ko po na at narinig ko po 'yon. Ang isa lang po ay yung sa isa po dun ay yung tungkol diyan sa IRM at meron daw diyan corruption, allegation of corruption. Yung tungkol po dun sa OFW na issue, yung tungkol po dun sa all case rate na issue, yung tungkol daw po dun sa COVID testing rates na issue rin, tungkol po dun sa information technology or IT, dun po sa mga unresolved administrative cases po, meron din daw ho dun na aligasyon at yung questionable financial statement, meron din po ako na narinig po doon at nalaman na hindi naman aligasyon din po yon at meron din po mga flawed and leak internal process. Ano po ito? Nalaman ko po talaga ito na nakarating sa akin sa mga meeting po namin sa Exicom. I am a member of the Exicom since ano po, nung November po, nung na-designate po ako na acting EVP COO. Ito po ay ako po ay, dahil nga po sa bago ako, talagang pinakikinggan ko ang lahat po ng diskusyon namin sa Exicom. At pag uwi ko, at nagre-research din ako, nag-aaral po ako. Ako po ay 30 taon na sa AFP bilang isang medical officer. At ang exposure ko po ay kadalasan po ay dun sa hospital administration and operation, being a medical officer. Naging po ako dun sa mga polisiya ng medical nung naging the Surgeon General po ako nung 2018 po, 2018 hanggang 2019 ako po yung naging 2017 to 2018 po ako yung naging Surgeon General ng AFP. Hanggang sa naging AFP Health Service Commander po ako, yung sa Viluna po ay isa sa mga medical center na nasa ilalim ko po. Yun po, bumalik po ako sa parang operational side ng ng medical services ng AFP. So ako po talaga nakikinig lang diyan sa mga at naririnig ko yung mga issue yan. Kung paano patunayan yung po ibang ang pwede po talagang makasagot kung ay mga nag-a-allege at At ako naman po ay napaka open naman po yung mind ko, and I always listen to everything kung ano po yung Ang nga lang tagay, kung may ebidensya po, wala naman pong sinabi ko nga po dun sa statement ko kanina, na ako'y advokasya na laban sa katiwalian. At kung meron tong talagang makakapagpatunay at at meron tayong mapipinpoint na may kasalanan, ay dapat parusahan. At kung yun namang mga taong wala namang kinalaman diyan at ay dapat makapagtrabaho pa po. Dapat napakalaki po ng ng papel ng Philhealth sa Filipino people, sa taong bayan in terms of health financing. Kailangan po talaga natin ng suporta. Ako po at ang aking pamilya, umaasa rin po ako sa Philhealth. Kasi pagka na-hospital tayo at saka talaga pong malaking tulong din ng Philhealth. Yun lamang po, Mr. Vice Chairman po.
Yes, I'll invite your attention to your affidavit na sinabit mo sa Senado. Particularly paragraph 7. Pakibasa nyo nga. Kung may kopya ka ng affidavit ninyo.
Sir, ito po. Ito po yung paragraph 7. Meron po akong kopya ng affidavit. Ito po ay yung katanungan dun sa IT na dumaan po sa akin. Ito pong number 7. Our conversation on that day, to the best of my recollection, went this way. Si Colonel Laborte po nagpunta sa akin, dala yung bunch po ng kontrata na kailangan po ng PRO NCR. Sabi niya sa akin, sir, and I quote, "Sir, meron kayong pinirmahan dito, sobrang overpriced." Sabi ko, hindi ko napansin yan. Ni-refer ko naman sa office ng Corporate Legal Counsel, yung pong opisina po ni Attorney Robert Labe. Tapos sabi po sa akin ni Colonel Laborte, "Tingnan niyo sir, itong ginugol ko, talagang overpriced yan." Ang sagot ko naman po, "Bal, naniniwala ako sa iyo dahil IT expert ka, hindi ko mapapayagan yan. Akin na yan." Referring to the contract, sir. Tapos po, kung itutuloy ko lang po, yung number 8, after Mr. Laborte or Colonel Laborte handed over me the contract, dinetouch ko po yung page 3 ng kontrata na meron po nakalagay doon, yung pangalan kong may firma ko po na recommending approval. Ito po ay May 27. Yeah, May 27 po. May 27. Thereof, where I had previously signed and gave him back the rest of the contract. At saka sinabi ko pa po kay Mr. Laborte or Colonel Laborte, I recall telling him the following. At hindi na ako acting EVP COO. Hindi na ako ang pipirma dyan. Then I placed the detached page 3 of the contract inside my drawer. Mga ano po yun, mga more or less, mga 6 po yun. Yung po yung ano, yung sinabi po ni Attorney Torson Kit, nung ano, ang punit po yung doon po sa ano, dulo, tinanggal ko, dinetach ko po, it's a 4-page contract, sir. Yun lamang po, sir.
So naniniwala kayong overpriced? I believe si Colonel Aborte is virtually. Colonel Aborte.
Mr. President, and dear Senators, good morning po.
Good morning, Colonel Aborte. Proceed from there.
Come again, sir.
Please proceed. Nabanggit na ni General Villa na kinol mo yung attention niya na overpriced yung IT procurement. So please proceed from there.
Can we ask?
Opo, sir.
Go ahead.
Opo, sir. I alerted po si General De Villa kasi po it is also my moral obligation na tingnan din kung disadvantageous ba sa gobyerno yung ating mga binibili. Familiar po kasi ako sa mga Cisco switches kasi dati po akong IT officer sa United Nations at graduate po ako ng Cisco Certified Network Associate. Yung binibili po namin is na-award na po ito 15 units Cisco Catalyst 9200-24P. Isa lang po itong maliit na aparato, sir, na may 24 na butas. Ano lang po ito, sir, magaan lang But kaya nga buhatin ito, sir, na 5 years old na bata. So bakit namin bibilihin ng 420,000? Ano ito, kotse? So yun ang sabi ko kay sir. Tapos ito, sir, sinerge ko ito sa itprice.com at saka sa switchrouter.com. Ito po mga ito ay mga ano po ito, sir, reputable IT store. So since yung item na yan, sir, is medyo luma na, sir, nag-depreciate na po yung kanyang price over time. So sa tingin ko po, sir, overpriced kasi 62,000 na po yung price niya noong May 21, sir, nung sinerge ko siya. So, dati po, siguro, medyo mahal ng konti. Pero hindi naman po aabot ng 420,000 yung original price niya. So, nung na-alert ko po si General De Villa, sabi niya po, palitan yung kanyang pangalan, since hindi na rin naman po siya ang EVP COO. At si Sir Arnel na po ang ilagay na name. So, ako po, tinawag ko po yung end user, sir, at instructionan ko na you produce yung page na wala dito and replace yung name ni General De Villa to Sir Arnel. But for several months, sir, hindi na po bumalik sa akin. So, hinahanap ko na po. And before I left, hindi ko na po nakita, sir. Hindi na po nila itinuloy, sir.
Yes.
At nabalitaan ko na lang, sir.
Aside from General De Villa, sino pa yung na-alert mo dito tungkol sa overpriced na IT equipment?
Sir, meron po akong memo kay General Morales. Nag-memo po ako kasi natusan niya po ako na mag-comment dito sa IAG-ICT report na kalalabas lang po. So, I did the report, sir, memo. I have three major findings, sir. Kasama na po ito yung mga overpricing at saka yung mga nawawalang mga hardware and software na hindi makita sa records. So, may recommendations din po ako doon tungkol sa mga ito, sir. At nabigay ko po ito sa kanya yung memo na ito, sir. At nag-usap po kami, sir, personal.
Ano action taken?
Pinaliwanag ko po.
What was the action taken by General Morales regarding your memo?
Alam ko, I am also aware din naman po na pinag-uusapan din nila ito sa board, sir. So sa akin po, sir, inihintay ko lang po siya, sir, kung ano ang kung susundin niya recommendation ko. Kasi ang sa recommendation ko, sir, it should be investigated by a competent authority, investigating authority, yung Information Technology Audit Office ng COA at saka po ng DICT para po matuldukan na po itong mga itong allegations o kung ano man yung napafind out namin at makamove na po yung mga IT projects, sir.
Narinig mo kanina yung presentation ni Ms. Aragona, hindi ba?
Opo, sir. Opo.
Okay. Meron siyang mention doon yung ang pinoprocure nila, and please correct me if I'm wrong, Ms. Aragona. Ang pinoprocure nyo para yung 15 units, ang description po ninyo is Cisco 2960-XR24 port. Ito yung kasama dito sa yung na-abort na procurement dahil nga nagkaroon ng aberya. Can you confirm that, Ms. Aragona? Nasabi nyo hindi naman ganun talaga kamura kasi mahal sa merkado. You made mention, even in your press conference and now in your presentation, ito yung binanggit yung specs nitong pinoprocure. Can you confirm that?
Sir, yung kanina po sa presentation, yung Cisco 920 switches, yung lower than the network switches procured in 2019, which is the 2960. Ang sinasabi po namin, hindi siya comparable dun sa technical specification. Yung Cisco 9200 switches na release sa market noong November 28, introduced in the Philippines only in the first quarter of 2019. Kaya yung standard specs compliant to Cisco 2960, dual power includes 3-year warranty, plus cost of money, profit, BOT training. The amount po nun is 348.
Matanong ko lang po, ano yung pinoprocure nyo sana for 2020 or 2019? Yung nagkaroon ng back resolution pati award noong August 20 of 2019, last year lang. Ano yung mismo yung specification ng IT equipment, yung network switch na pinoprocure ninyo?
Sir, with your permission, sir, may I call my ITC, Alex Gabuya?
Ikaw nag-present kanina eh.
Yes po.
Kaya pakiconfirm mo lang kung if you were referring to Cisco 2960 XR24 port or alis sa dalawa bang pinoprocure ninyo? Kasi ang understanding ko, ito yung pinoprocure nyo last year na hindi natuloy.
Sir, yung 2960 po.
2960 XR24 port. Ito yung mahal.
2960 XR24.
Yeah, ito yung mahal.
Yes po.
Alam mo, I'm warning you, Ms. Aragona, winaning nga kanina ni Senate President. Marunong kaming mag-counter check. Ito yung binibili nyo last year. I will repeat my question and be very careful in answering answer my question. Ang binibili nyo for last year's procurement, yung nagkaroon ng back resolution, ito yung Cisco 2960 XR24 port. Correct?
Yes.
Okay. Colonel Laborte, kindly can you comment on that?
Sir, ma'am, hindi po yan yung binibili natin at yung na-award. Ang luma na po kasi yung 2960 HR. Nag-end of life support na po yan, tsaka end of sale service na po yan noong 2019. Ang current po na available ngayon is 9200 po. Ito po yung binibili natin at na-award. Ito rin po yung sinertify ninyo. Mayroon po kayong signatures dito po, sir. Ma'am, ito po.
Sir, may I?
Ms. Aragona,
yes, po.
Wag mong lokohin yung 24 senators. Madali kami mag-check eh.
Yeah,
para ma-justify mo na mahal yung binibili mo, iniiba mo yung specs, madali kami mag-check lang. Sinasabi ko sa iyo. Sinabi mo pa na as of August 5. Di ba? Pero end of sale na siya ng July eh. Ano ka bang bibili ng meron ng end of sale? Sabi nga ni Colonel Laborte, and I'd like him to expound on that, na kung end of sale, hindi na yan available sa market. Ba't ka pa magse-certify na as of August 5, yan ang presyo? Paano magkakapresyo yung end of sale ng July? That's why I warned you earlier because I might move to cite you in contempt of this committee for being evasive or lying to the committee.
Hindi po, sir.
Anong hindi? Sinabi mo na nga kanina eh. repeatedly I ask you, anong specification nung nire-repair mo na binibili nyo last year? Ang sabi mo, Cisco 2960 XR24. Hindi yung 926024 port. Ang sinabi ni Colonel Laborte, ang talagang pinoprocure nyo, itong mas mura, itong 926024. Hindi yung 2960 because end of sale na nga yun. Hindi na available.
Wala tayo. Generic lang kasi po, sir, yung
Colonel Laborte. Si Colonel Laborte is a
Yes,
certified Cisco systems
Yes,
specialist, by the way. Colonel Laborte, can you respond to that?
Ma'am,
Yes, sir. Generic po yung nilalagay natin.
Colonel Laborte, kindly respond. Generic daw yan.
hindi po sir, kasi ang base model po ng 2690 is yung 2600. May mga variants po yon. Opo. Yung base model naman ng 9200, ito na po yun, 9200. Maraming variants po ito. May mga fixed link at saka modular uplinks po ito. So, ito po ang binibili natin.
President, nagkamali lang ang basa ko. 9200.
9200 po ang binibili natin, sir. Ayan po, nakapirma po kayo sa Ayan po, na-award naman po eh.
Kasi Gabuya,
may mag-company na awarded siya.
Aragona, and yet sinasabi nyo, niloloko nyo kami, iba yung pinapresent nyo sa amin, binibili nyo, and yet you have your signature affixed here.
Hindi po, sir.
Anong hindi? Maliwanag na nga.
Opo. Yung specification po lagi nasa generic specifications po siya. Yung pag nilalagay namin sa terms of reference.
You know, I will not debate with you because kaya nga nandito yung ibang resource person who is an IT expert in the person of Colonel Borte, so he can respond to your assertion. So, Colonel Borte.
Opo sir, magkaiba po kasi yung base model yan sir eh. So, merong magkakapareho sila ng specs, pero kaya lang po, obsolete na po kasi yun eh, yung 2960XR, 2016 pa po yun eh. So 46,000 pesos na lang po yun eh, ang halaga nun sa ngayon. Kasi po, yung computer appliance depreciates fast and loses its after-sale support over time. So, ngayon po, mura na yan eh. Kasi malapit na po niya maabot yung kanyang depreciation time period. Nag-average po kasi ng 5 to 8 years yung depreciation na period ng IT appliance. So kung 2016 pa po yan, plus 5, wala na po talaga yan. Mura na po talaga sa market yan. Hindi naman po natin pwedeng bilihin na, kunyari po, bibili tayo ng iPhone 5 ngayon 2020, pero hindi natin siya bibilin nung price ng 2016. Kasi nung 2016, 40,000 pesos po yung iPhone 5. Ngayon, 5,000 pesos na lang. So, it's our duty sa Bids and Awards Committee na tingnan nito. Dapat sir, sumunod po tayo sa procurement law. The government shall obtain goods and services at lower prices and better terms. So, dapat po competitive bidding. Kasi alam naman po natin na nag-depreciate na eh. So, dapat tumawag tayo po na mas marami supplier. So, kung meron tayo 5 suppliers, sir, pababaan po sila ng presyo. Kasi alam naman ng 5 supplier na yun na 5,000 pesos na lang, kunwari po yung presyo. So, magbibid po sila ng mas mataas na konti. But hindi na po sa original price kasi lugi naman po ang gobyerno.
Besides the Colonel Laborte and Miss Aragona, hindi naman papayagan ng COA kung obsolete ang bibili nyo.
Sir,
Nilulusot yun eh. Now, my question, Miss Aragona, no, para maayos natin at baka maipit kayo eh. Are you an IT expert?
I'm an IT, but yung technical details, kaya ko po pinatawag si Alex. So, yung...
So yung mga tao ninyo, nagbibigay sa inyo ng mga impormasyon na yan. Pati yung in-announce nyo kanina, binigay din ng mga tao ninyo sa iyo. Di po ba?
Yes po. Yung information and the data. Kaya ang understanding is comparable or nearest doon po doon sa catalyst.
So pati yung mga models yan at ang explanation na binibigay sa inyo at sinasabi ninyo rito sa amin, ay sinabi ng mga tauhan ninyo, ano? Hindi galing sa inyo, ano? Okay, thank you, Senator Lasso.
So how do we resolve this?
Siguro po an improvement to the bidding process, how we get the canvas prices, and maybe the
Yeah, but between 62,000 and 320,000, yung final bid price, medyo napakalaki ng diferensya. As sabi ni Gabuya last time, Mr. Gabuya, kasi may mga add-ons like warranty. Kung ganun kalaki ang diferensya, bumili na lang uli ng bago, kalimutan na yung warranty. Kasi mas mura kung bibili ng bago kaysa bilhin yung warranty. And sabi niya, delivery. Saan pa manggagaling yan? Di ba? Within NCR lang yan. Colonel Borte, can you help out and give us more details on this issue?
Opo, sir. Yung delivery expenses ko na po. Kasi po ang end user po niyan is pro NCR. Dito lang po sa Metro Manila yan. Tapos sir, yung training expenses, sir. Yung training po kasi ng Cisco, hindi po basta-basta ginaganap yan sa ordinaryo lang na training center. Sa Cisco Certified Accredited School po yan, sir. Institutions. So matagal po ang training yan at mahal po. So kung ipapashoulder po yan sa mga supplier, magiging parang it's a form of bribe para sa akin. Kasi dapat po, bago ka pumasok sa isang opisina na as information technology person, marunong ka na. Hindi yung doon ka pala mag-aaral sa loob.
Mr. Gona.
So yung training, Sir Val, yung training kasi that...
Would you like Mr. Gaboya to respond on your behalf?
Yes, sir.
Sige, Mr. President, may we call Mr. Gaboya? Anyway, last time he also testified.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you.
Okay, can you respond to Colonel Aborte's statement?
Yes, sir. Sir, ang specifications po kasi natin, sir, di ba, generic. Based doon sa specifications po natin, meron pong nakalagay na 10 gig na specification. 10 gig na dalawang 10 gig port. So based po doon sa itprice.com, kung i-compare po natin ay I think 7,000 plus US dollars. So pwede po makita. Yung po nakalagay dito na inopost ninyo, yan na po yung proposal na po ng ano yan, ng mga supplier. Kasi may nakalagay dyan.
Yes, but proposal ng suppliers, hindi man lang kayo nag-due diligence at in-alert na nga ni Colonel Laborte, si General De Villa, pati si General Morales, na sobrang overpriced. Kasi chinek niya na nga sa Cisco mismo. Chinek niya doon sa supplier sa 62,000, over $1,000. And pinapresyo niya 320,000. Kaya nga na-abort yan, di ba?
Yes
And
po.
Are you insisting that hindi overpriced yan?
Hindi po kasi sa comparable, sir.
Kaya ang pinaprocure nyo mismo, kino-compare mo sa ibang item, XR. Ang binibili ninyo, yung 9,200. Hindi pa palusot yung ginagawa mo?
Hindi po palusot, sir. Kasi ang kino-compare ko po dun sa specifications po na nakalagay po doon sa atin. Sa standard specifications po kasi wala pong nakalagay na brand. So, based on sa standard specifications, ang pag tinignan po sa IT price, ang lumalabas po na price is 7,000 plus US dollars. So, kapag i-compare po naman to yung sinerge po ni Colonel Laborte is 9,200, yung comparable price po niya is 4,200 comparable specifications is $4,200 US dollars, which is 210,000 plus. So plus chinek natin yung mga warranty. So yun po yung gusto ko lang po i-compare, yung 9200 na bago saka yung specifications po ng PhilHealth. Ngayon, ang base po doon sa nag-gather kong details doon sa end user sa Pro NCR namin, dumaan po yan sa competitive bidding. Nag-propose po yung tatlong suppliers at 348 po ang pinakamurang. So yun po yung ABC na kinandak po nila.
Anong pinropose ng with the permission of Senator Lacson? Anong binid ng tatlong supplier? Yung 9200?
Ay, ang...
President, if I'll be allowed. This contract had passed to OCLC, and there's a tracking that we can show if the Senate would...
Teka muna, sagutin niyo muna yung tanong ko. Yung tatlong nag-bid, ano yung binid nila na generic? Ano?
It's not generic.
Oh, sabi niya,
it's
generic
stated here, the abstract of canvas, Cisco 2960-X POE.
2960?
Yes, Mr. President.
All right, that's different from the 9200 na binabanggit kanina.
That's from one of the suppliers who submitted their price quotation, Mr. President.
The three suppliers were proposing the same unit.
Only one supplier indicated the Cisco 2960-X
The other one?
POA. The two other suppliers and the winning suppliers did not put specific model as regards to the bidded IT.
Ano binibid nila kung wala sila nilagay na model?
Apparently, Mr. President, merong collusion dito sa bidding.
Sa bidding.
And si Colonel Laborte can elaborate on what's going on inside PhilHealth when they procure IT equipment. Laging yun na lang nananalo, tapos ang diferensya ng kanilang mga price sa bidding, ang liliit. Parang, Colonel Laborte is still there?
Opo, sir. Yes, sir. I noticed, sir, mula nung dumating ako sa PhilHealth po, i-review ko po lahat ng mga contracts. Pati yung mga previous contracts po ng IT projects ng 2018 and 2019, nakikita ko po, sir, na palagi na lang na-award as single calculated bid. Wala po akong nakita na awarded to lowest bidder, sir. Kung meron man, siguro sa isang taong kong stay po, iisa lang ang nakita ko na awarded as lowest bidder. So nakakapagtaka po ito kasi napakarami pong IT projects. Tapos tuwing bidding proper, isa lang pong supplier ang dumadating. So automatic na-award sa kanya as single calculated bid. Tapos sir, since itong mga binibili sir is nag-depreciate na rin yung kanyang price sa market. Kasi sir, medyo mabagal din ang procurement or talaga sinasadyang bagalan sir, nag-depreciate siya. Pero ang bid price niya is palaging 99% of the ABC. Minsan sir, 1,000 pesos lang yung diferensya pero ang ABC is 40 million. So nakakapagtaka po sir.
Yes, okay. Senator Tolentino.
Mr. Chair, perhaps to abbreviate this, may we just request to a issuance of an appropriate subpoena to Techcom that appropriate back and pre-bid documents be submitted to this committee to enable us to scrutinize the same.
All right. Yes. Thank you. There is a motion by Senator Tolentino to that effect. There's no objection. The Secretariat is hereby directed to issue a subpoena to Techcom for those documents. All right. So again, Attorney Rabe, to continue before we give it back to Senator Lacson. Ang binid nila nung mga tatlo Isa lang ang nagbid na binibid yung obsolete. Tapos yung dalawa walang sinabing specific na unit.
Correction po sir, yung tatlo po pala kasi hiwa-hiwalay po ito sir eh. So yung tatlong model po ay pare-pareho naman yung binibid nila. Yung unang bidder, ganun din po Cisco 2960-X POE na meron siyang 348,000 na presyo. The other one is Cisco Catalyst 2960 X24 gig EPOE. Meron siyang 347,084. Saka yung pangatlo po ay Cisco Catalyst 2960-X24, same model, 348,000 din. Ito po kasi sir, na document na to ay galing po sa NCR. Ito po yung hinanap namin isa sa mga hinanap namin nung dumating po tong document sa OCLC. At I can recall na binalik po namin to sa NCR kasi wala po tong legal certification, sir. Nung nagkaroon na po ng legal certification, kaya na-forward po kay General De Villa, hindi pa po nasabi sa akin ni Colonel Laborte na overpriced po ito, sir, kasi earlier pa po ito eh. Nito lang po kasi lately nung nagkagulo sila sa ISSP ICT na iniisa-isa na po namin yung pricing, sir.
What did you find out?
And I found out from Colonel Laborte na overpriced daw po. Kasi siya po yung nakakaalam dito, sir.
So, who will be accountable? Of course, na-abort ito, pero nagkaroon ng award eh. Hindi nga lang natuloy. But who will be made accountable? Dahil within Philhealth, alam nyo mismo, being the legal counsel, you are now concluding na overpriced talaga. So, who will be made liable for the attempted overpricing of procurement? Somebody must be held liable. Hindi lang overpriced, grossly overpriced. Sana kung depression natin dito 10,000. I'm not saying it's right, ano, pero hindi ganoon ang pag-uusapan eh. It's over, I think, what, 5,000%. Kasi 320 over 62. Anyway, so much for that. There's already a motion which was adopted na isabit na lang yung lahat ng records. Anyway, we also have the records eh, na yung collusion among bidders masyadong wag na apparent, masyadong obvious as testified to by Colonel Laborte. Moving on, Mr. President, yung B. Brown, ano, as mentioned during last Tuesday's hearing, alam mo, Attorney De Rosario, yung emotive approach mo na intindihin din natin yung mga dialysis patients, hindi naman kami nagdi-disagree eh. But hindi sa under IRM, hindi doon sa under Circular 0007 because that's COVID-19 specific. Meron kayo ibang programa para sa ibang diseases, para sa ibang mga healthcare providers. Huwag niyong ihalo dito. At huwag gamitin yung emotion, appeal to emotion, na bakit kami, malupit kami senador, na hindi namin tinitingnan din yung plight ng mga COVID, ng non-COVID patients. Now, let me proceed. Yung B. Brown, ano, we tried to get from the securities. Kasi by the way, B. Brown, for the, para ma-refresh lang yung memory natin, ito yung pinakamalaking, halos pinakamalaking nakuhang bayad sa IRM. Naka 45 million sila out of 226. And the highest release, 15 million pesos doon sa Tondo, Manila. Yung branch doon. Pinapuntahan ko ito actually. Eh meron ditong, I will show you the photographs. Ayan, no? Wala kang makita dyan na isolation area. Tapos nagpapunta rin ako ng tao doon. Bago sila magpa-dialysis, i-refer ka muna sa Gat Andres Bonifacio Medical Center or hospital, no? Para magpa-swab test muna ron. Dahil wala silang capability na mag-conduct ng swab test para sa COVID patients. Now, meron doong may notice sila sa mga pasyente nila na hindi, while exempted yung, ito nakalagay, exemption from the 45-day benefit limit and single period confinement for admission. Ito yung nandun sa Circular 007. Pero sabi niya, pagka lumampas na sa 90-day limit, sisingilin pa rin yung pasyente. Binayaran nyo yung, in-advance nyo pa yung bayad sa B. Brown. Naniningil din pala sa mga dialysis patients kasi meron silang limit. So, saan napunta yung pera nyong ibinibigay? Now, going back to the Securities and Exchange Commission, ang nakuha namin dito, B. Brown Medical Supplies Incorporated. No, wala kami makita na B. Brown Abitum. And then we have now a certification from the SEC. This is to certify that the records of the Commission do not show the registration of B. Brown Abitum Dialysis Incorporated as a corporation, partnership, or one-person corporation. Ang meron lang, hindi pa kayo nag-due diligence, bayad kayo ng bayad, milyon-milyon piso. Wala man lang kayong konting, sabi kaya namin in a matter of 1-2 hours, nakakuha kami ng ganito. Kayo nagre-release ng pera, hindi nyo man lang ginagawa yung due diligence. 45, and now, pursuing there's another issue involving B. Brown, and this was mentioned already by Attorney Keith, yung balanga. Kung hindi nagreklamo yung B. Brown, and I cannot
kasi yung budget. Oo. Bigat. Oo. Ito. Ay.
I cannot get an explanation kung nagreklamo. Kasi yung account number, kindly flash yung account number. We have the account number na binayaran ninyo na ang conclusion nyo dyan sa legal department, inadvertence, parang nakaligtaan lang, pero 11 transactions. And ang releasing region 2. Okay. Paano itong nalipat sa Region 3? Sa Balanga, in the amount of 9.7 million pesos. 11 times. Kanino napunta yung pera? Of course, nabalik ito kasi binayaran, inirelease na ng Balanga. But in the meantime, that Attorney Keith was directed, was ordered by Colonel Aborte, being the HEA, and siya yung nasa anti-fraud. Nag-conduct siya ng investigation at yun yung kanya tinestify kanina. Tapos, anong naging parusa doon sa inimbestigahan nila when you took over the investigation? Simple neglect of duty. You were about to lose 9.7 million, simple neglect of duty, and then 11 times nagkaroon ng transaction. Hindi pwedeng systems error. Kasi nakakaalam lang ng password dyan, kasi online ito, di ba? Attorney Keith, kindly elaborate kasi kayo mas nakakalam, or si Colonel Aborte for that matter. Kasi kayong dalawa naman nag-imbestiga rito, and you were so disappointed that yung naging conclusion when you passed on the investigation to another entity, another unit in PhilHealth, na iba na yung hilatsa. So Attorney Keith and Colonel Aborte, kindly elaborate. Good.
Yes, sir. I tried to investigate, sir, and I asked PhilHealth employees if it is possible that a region will deposit money to another region, to a bank located in another region, and they said that no, it is impossible except when it is given by SVP Jovi Aragona, sir. That was what I learned, sir.
Receiving bank, ina-apply ito, di ba? Yung B. Brown, pag nag-apply sila, sasabihin nila, Deutsche Bank yung aming bangko in Cagayan Valley ba ito?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So, how could 11 transactions, online transactions, in different amounts, totaling 9.7 million, mapupunta sa Balanga Rural Bank? Ms. Aragona, dami yung gulo dyan sa PhilHealth. Alam nyo, when it becomes habitual, time will come, some people will really reach their limits. Hanggang may hangganan din yung kakayanin na sikmurain yung corruption. Sige, go ahead.
Yes. As far as I can remember, sir, yung Balanga, when it was reported to us, ang naging problema po yata is yung pag-select ng bank for the transfer. So I think there was an incident report on that, yung doon sa mismong natin ng region. So I have to get the details. Pero yung po yung natatandaan ko now, so there was something na nagkaroon ng error sila doon sa pag-select.
Anong klaseng error? Man-made itong error na ito. Hindi
Kasi-
pwedeng machine na mag-error dito. Kasi very strict kayo sa mga online transactions. Hindi pwedeng mag-crossover ng regions. Kasi ina-apply nga yan eh. And look, itong si, wait a while. Si Regional Vice President Oscar Abado, as mentioned by Attorney Keith, siya dati yung sa Region 2. Kasi ang controversy dito, Region 2, Region 3, because malanga. Narelieve siya from Region 2 as Regional Vice President. Alam niyo kung nasaan siya ngayon? Senior Vice President for membership of Philhealth. He's being rewarded, or he was rewarded with a promotion after undergoing such an investigation. You know, we're so happy that there are decent people in Philhealth who are giving us all this information. Kasi kung magkulod kayo lahat yan, kawawa na si Pilipino. Tapos, we will see doon sa Facebook account ni Attorney De Rosario, kami mga kampo ng Satanas, mga mapanuri ng mga kampo ng Satanas. Yan ang tawag sa atin dito eh. Sa kanyang Facebook account, nag-post siya.
I was not referring to you, Mr. President.
Yeah, but look, sa mga nagtatanong na nasaan ang kaluluwa and so forth and so on, hindi po tayo papayag na mananaig ang mga kampo ng Satanas.
As far as we are concerned,
Sinasabi ka pa rito na mga panuri, Google ka. Look, is that the
sir,
way?
we are defending our honor. I'm not involved in any corrupt practices, Mr. President. The allegations of Attorney Kit are ridiculous. And hindi po totoo na si BP Abado yung head during that time when that happened. And hindi rin totoong inupuan po yan kasi meron pong ad hoc committee na kinreate dyan and they have already submitted their recommendation to the Office of the President on June 15, 2020. So sir, hindi po yan, napunta ako ng Balanga, Bataan because there was a national staff meeting by the Department of Health. Yung mga area meetings po noon, doon po ginaganap. And during the time, I was not yet in the legal sector. Ganun po magtayo ng kwento to si Attorney Kit. Job order contractor siya. Sabi niya, nag-iimbestiga siya. Nasaan yung mga fact-finding investigation reports? Bakit hindi siya nag-submit ng mga FFIR? Yung mga accomplishment reports niya, pinapalitan niya lang yung dates. Pare-pareho. Hindi ka dapat yan, anyways.
Pero the fact remains that 9.7 million pesos were transferred to Balanga from Region 2.
Yes, sir.
Oh.
That's why we conducted the investigation, Mr. President. So we created the task force, the ad hoc committee to hear that case. And that case was heard by the peers of those being charged. So there was no cover-up, hindi namin inupuan. I was on leave for several months last year.
So the issue raised by Attorney Kit, yung 49,000, Attorney Kit, sino nag-abono? Allowed ba yan? Na yung personal fund ang ipang-abono sa tinatawag na inconvenience fee ng bangko? Kasi ayaw i-release ng Balanga yung 9.7 million sa land bank, pabalik sa Philhealth, or para ma-release kung kanino man, without charging inconvenience fee. So, sino yung nag...
Yes, sir. Based on the document, sir, it was the employees of it was Cornell and Poliante, sir. Based on the document, sir.
Who's Poliante?
Employee of Region 2, sir. Poliante, sir. Poliante. Yes, sir. Poliante.
Ang naging conclusion, simple neglect of duty.
Yes, sir. Sa simple neglect of duty, sir, they are encoder lang po sila, sir, but they have to take you from the RVP and where did they get the clearance to deposit it to the Balanga Bank, sir? And yes, sir.
And Mr. President, just one last point. Ipurso ko lang yung sa B. Brown again. So hindi registered, nire-refer sa GAT Andres Bonifacio Medical Center. Alam niyo ba yung sinisingil ng GAT Andres Bonifacio sa Philhealth sa IRM? 20 million hanggang hindi binabayaran. And yet, B. Brown, na wala namang kinalaman sa COVID, na I repeat, hindi kami against na bayaran yung o sagutin ng Philhealth yung dialysis ng mga pasyente. Pero under another program, not under the Circular 007. 20 million pesos, ang tagal ng sinisingil ng GAT, which is, I believe, is a government hospital, if I'm not mistaken. Anyway, 20 million. Ang binayaran nyo, B. Brown, ng 45 million. Dialysis center, walang COVID patient. But under the COVID-19 IRM.
Mr. President, if I may.
Yes.
Sir, if there's palakasan doon sa pag-release ng IRM na yan, by all means, let's investigate at tingnan po natin yan. Ngayon, yung Bibron, may mga kaso din po sa amin yan sa legal. Ngayon, yung gusto ko lang linawin, Mr. President, na yung IRM funds is not only for COVID patients. At sinasabi na rin po ng paulit-ulit yun ng aming mga board members. Now, it's your position that it should not include non-COVID patients. But that is not what is stated in the Philhealth circulars and in the corresponding board resolution. So yun, sir, gusto ko lang po linawin.
Anyway, Attorney Del Rosario, that is your opinion.
Thank you, Mr. President.
The committee of the whole will assess this. Thank you, Senator Lacson. We
Thank you,
would
sir.
like to also to have a full investigation on who's behind B. Brown. B. Brown, Abitum, ito ba hindi nakarehistro? Yan. And then just unsolicited advice. When hindi naman sa pagbubuhat ng bangko, pero I'm a rhetorical and debating medalist, gold medalist in Letran. When you start calling out names to people, you have lost the debate. Attorney Montes, Attorney Kit, go ahead.
Yes, sir. May I just make a manifestation, sir? Because this is part of what my complaint with the Attorney Mangawang said that he became a lawyer in 2015. So he perjured himself, sir. Did not become a lawyer in 2015, sir. Why am I point? Attorney Jojo Del Rosario, sir. Attorney Jojo Del Rosario in the last meeting said that he became a lawyer in 2015. That is not true, sir. He became a lawyer in 2016. So the point here is that they have reduced the qualification for SBP legal. That is my point, sir. That in Philhealth, sir, in Philhealth, they have to if it's their kakampi, they will reduce or they will manipulate the qualifications, just like other instances, sir. So I would just want to manifest, sir, that he perjured himself last hearing, sir. That's all, sir. Thank you, sir.
Mr. President,
Yes, thank you.
I don't remember whether I stated that, but I took the bar in 2015 and became a lawyer in 2016. There was no intention on my part to misrepresent the year that I sir, grabe. My appointment was validated by the Civil Service Commission. Paulit-ulit lang yan na I'm not qualified. Saan ako hindi qualified? Sinasabi ko, the Senior Vice President position is a generic position. Di po ba? This is a character assassination. Simula pa lang po nung ni Senator Ping, sinabi niya, twice ako na-rate ng GCG ng 0%. Ano mangyari yan? 2018 lang ako naging SBP legal. And the 0% rating referred to by the GCG is the number solved within 45 days. We resolved 1,700 cases that year. But I cannot take all the credit kasi OIC nga lang ako tapos kalahati lang ng taon. Yung 2019 GCG, wala pa po. So, di ba? So, when I defend myself in social media, that's the only way I can defend myself. Dito, nahusgahan na. Naniniwala kayo dito? Like, thank you, Mr. President.
You know, that the same, he could use the same line. Naniniwala ba kami sa'yo?
Sir, may I
Yes.
Yes, sir. A lawyer will never forget that the year that he became a lawyer, sir. So it is impossible for him to just. He is trying to tell that, sir, so that because the qualification before of SBP legals, you have to be 10 years lawyer. They have reduced it so that it will not be so obvious, sir. He said that he became a lawyer 2015. Sir,
Mr. President, I would love to say that document that states that the SBP position should be 10 years.
All right. We're not so keen about that. We're keen about the corruption that is involving many of your officials. So, Attorney Kit.
Yes, sir. It is very important, sir, because what I've stated in my resignation letter, sir, is that this syndicate are trying to put people, they want to put somebody who's problematic in that place so that they can easily handle him or her. That is what I have been investigating, and usually those involved in the well-med dialysis was promoted. They were promoted, sir. Even after that, they were involved in the well-med dialysis, sir. That is the reason why it is a problem of even after this a new syndicate will still stay in Philhealth. That's why I put there in my resignation letter regarding that promotion system, putting those problematic people in places so that they will have no other choice. They were hostage by their own fault, sir. That's all, sir.
All right, thank you. And you have already submitted to the committee the names of those people who you, based on your investigation, are involved in all this. Yeah? Have you given us those names already? Have you submitted?
Not yet, sir.
Submitted.
Yes, sir.
Please submit it to us.
Yes, sir.
No? Give it to us. And then give a copy to the PACC. Because
Yes, sir.
I just heard the President say last night that he is going to go hard on these people.
Yes, sir.
Diba? We expect that no less from the President.
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you. The Senator Tolentino, it's your turn. You have 10 minutes.
First question to direct to the point, Colonel Laborte. President. Gumagalaw pa yung oras, sir. Colonel Laborte.
Opo, sir. Good afternoon po.
Hindi ka natanong kanina, ba't ka nag-resign?
Sir, matagal ko na pong gusto mag-resign. Sir, April pa po talaga. Kasi na-frustrate na po ako sir, sa situation sa Philhealth, sir. Medyo may mga irregularities at saka mga anomalous transactions, sir, na unacceptable sa akin, sir.
You never consulted anyone? Family members? Any lawyer? Talaga?
Sir, can I be allowed to flash one slide, sir?
Right.
So that I can give light shed on about my resignation.
Good.
Thank you, sir.
Dito ba sa amin yung pina-flash mo o dyan sa'yo?
Papunta po sa inyo, sir.
Okay.
Sir, ito po yung exchanges of messages namin ni BM Alcabading, sir. Kasi po, ever since, sir, nang dumating ako sa Philhealth at nagkita kami ng July, nakita ko sa kanya, sir, na very, siya sa naayusin yung Philhealth, sir. So, naging magkaibigan kami, sir. And then, nagre-report ako sa kanya ng yung mga hindi ko kayang harangin, sir, sa level ko. At mga anomalous proposal. Tapos sa tingin ko sir, siyempre sir, sometimes pang accounting yan, finance, so mga accountants sir yung nagpo-propose. Hindi ko kaya harangin yan sir. So talagang mapipirmahan yan sir. Ibabato ko sir kay Sir Alcabading, sa board nila titirahin sir para hindi mag-prosper yung disadvantageous proposal o transaction na gusto sir. So ito sir, April 17 sir, nagpaalam na ako sa kanya sir na sumusuko na ako sir na hindi ko na talaga kaya yung mga bilog yan. Sabi ko sir, mag-resign na ako sir by July 15. pag hindi natin maayos ito. Hindi na kaya ng konsensya ko ito, sir. Tapusin ko lang 1-year service, which is sa July, sir, sa PhilHealth. Maraming salamat po. Tapos noong June 16, sir, nag-text naman ako sa kanya, sir. Ang sabi ko sa kanya, sir, ito yung sa OFW na naman, sir, na issue eh. Sabi ko, sir, I can no longer work with these kind of people. So I really need to go. Every time na magpapaalam ako, sir, sinasabihan niya ako na, no, stay put. Kaya na natin to. Lagi siyang nagbibigay ng words of encouragement, sir. Noong June 30, sir, sa atin, to fix PhilHealth, sir. Nakarating na tayo kung saan-saan. Nagsumbong na kami sa PACC, saan-saan pa, NBI, kulang pa rin, sir. So sa assessment ko, sir, yung corruption sa PhilHealth will continue to go on and on at wala na tayong magagawa. Yan po sabi ko kay BM Kabading. Tapos sabi ko sa kanya, sir, maraming salamat, sir, at bilib ako sa iyo kasi, sir, matapang ka. Kasi, sir, nakikipagsagutan po si BM Kabading, miski kanino. Matapang po siya, sir. Pinaglalaban niya yung tama at saka yung totohanan. Kaya bilib ako sa kanya. Pero noong July 15, sir, hindi ko na talaga matiis, sir. Napakarami na talaga sa patong-patong. Nagpaalam na po ako kay General Morales. Nagpaalam na po ako na maayos. At sinabi ko po na ang intention ko is to go back to school and to study, which is true naman. Nag-prepare po ako ng mga requirements niya. So sinabit ko po sa HR yung ayun lang po.
Thank you, Colonel Laborte. Mr. President, since these text messages were voluntarily given to us, this committee by Colonel Laborte, this will form part of the records of these proceedings, Mr. President. May I request the Secretariat to have this be incorporated in the minutes of this committee hearing? Can we have Board Member Kabading?
Yes.
Do you affirm the text messages apparently forwarded to you by Colonel Laborte, and your reaction when you receive these 4 text messages on various dates?
Yes, Mr. Chair, Mr. President, and Senator Tolentino. In fact, quickly, I would like to read in response to Colonel Laborte lang po. It's just a second po. This is parang uiyak nga ako dito, sir, sa sinasabi niya. Anyway, quickly, I would like to read so it will give comfort to everybody. Na how could I measure that?
What I'm saying is this: these are text messages emanating from Colonel Laborte, and apparently you have your own responses. Can you share this committee the text messages, screenshots that relative to your responses?
Yeah, the response. Some of my responses there are all correct. And additionally, real quick, if you wouldn't mind, I would just like to read in compliment to Colonel Laborte, sir. Sandali lang ito, if you will allow.
Go ahead.
This is one of his telegram. Pasensya na po, sir, hindi na kaya ng conscience ko ang mga nangyayari. I rather lose my job than to lose my soul to the devil. This job is killing my soul. Meaningless job. It's pointless to stay in PhilHealth. Thank you very much po, sir. So,
yun lang ang sinabi mo, board member?
Yeah, I was looking forward to read this to let everybody know how I appreciate Colonel Laborte, his honesty.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, board. Can I proceed to GCG? Nabanggit kanina ni Attorney Del Rosario na nabigyan daw ng 0 rating ang PhilHealth 2017, 2018, forthcoming lang 2019. Ano po ang dahilan nito? Briefly. Mababa yung legal department, number of cases filed, number of cases prosecuted?
Sir Chair, on behalf of Chairman Dagpin, I am Director General Tupas po of the Corporate Governance Office of the GCG. Up for 2017, yun pong with that the GCG rated them 0% was for 3 measures po on their performance scorecard. It involves po the potential fraud incidence rate, the turnaround time for the filing of cases against erring providers, and for the turnaround time for resolution of cases of airing providers. Now, for the potential fraud incidence rate po, this was the measure po na may target sila to establish po yung if they were able to conduct po a certain framework or implementation of such framework on how they conduct fraud investigations and to identify po yung incidence rate of such fraud inside Philhealth. Now, for 2017 po, they were not able to provide such accomplishment and were not able to address that measure and target. That's why po, nagkaroon po sila ng 0%
And they were given 120
measure.
days, di ba? 120 days dapat ma-reach yung target.
For Philhealth po, sir, yes, that's a requirement po nila that they have to.
And then you gave them a 0 rating. Sorry.
Sir, to clarify lang po, yung pong nangyari po sa turnaround time nila, that person, because the objectively validate yung presentation po nila ng cases, hindi po nagsaswak when we did po yung validation. Hindi po nagsaswak dun po sa sinubmit nila na list of cases sa amin when we did on-site validation po. Kaya po siya nagkaganon. So it's a matter po of presenting before the commission a proper list of cases po.
Attorney De Rosario, kanina nabanggit mo na tinanong ni Senate President Senator Lacson na napaka-proactive ng inyong tanggapan, lalong-lalo na dito sa IRM kasi hindi pa nga lumalabas yung COVID situation, meron ng tinutukoy na board resolution, and apparently you were assigned in Region 1 before. Tama po ba yun?
That's correct, Your Honor. Mr. President.
Ano yan?
That's 2015 to 2018, Mr. President.
O, abogado ka na nun. Nung nasa Region 1 ka, apparently records will show na merong isang board resolution o merong isang memorandum na in-issue sa iyo ang fact-finding investigation enforcement department to file 220 cases against healthcare providers. Fit ka ba dito?
During my time, sir, wala. Kasi 2018, I was transferred to Davao. But for the record, Mr. President, as far as my memory is concerned, I've never seen that letter. And I checked on Region 1 during that date when that particular document was received by Philhealth Region 1. I was on leave. And the legal office in Region 1 failed to inform me regarding that letter, Mr. President.
But as the head of Region 1 and as a member of the bar, as a lawyer, siguro it behoves upon you to check the records kasi inorderan ka nun na mag-file ng 220 cases against healthcare institutions na ka na-file. I'm not referring to previous cases. Hindi ko tatanungin kung kamag-anak mo si Pamela Del Rosario. Alam niyo yung Pamela Del Rosario, for the record, ito yung pinaka-mainit na kaso nun sa Region 1. Ito yung fake cancer patients. Pero ang sinasabi ko rito, Attorney Del Rosario, how come for that stint in Region 1, you were never able to file a single case, and when you assume a position here in Metro Manila, pagkatapos ito mga GCG ratings, bigla ka naman nag-issue ngayon ng isang memorandum circular sa lahat ng mga regional offices. Hawa ko ngayon, dated October 2018, meron pa ngayong December 2019, na kinukutahan mo sila. Lahat ng mga regional offices dapat mag-file ng at least one criminal case sa lahat ng mga healthcare provider. Samantalang nung nandun ka, wala kang na-file kahit isang kaso.
That is not correct na wala kaming na-file na cases kasi yung role ng region is to investigate and to file the cases before the central office. The document you are referring, Mr. President, is the filing of criminal complaints. Since during the time that I've been assigned to legal, I've been enjoining all our regional offices to file criminal complaints kasi isa po yan sa weakness na nakita po, no? During the time that I was not yet in legal, the total number of criminal complaints filed was only 11. Ngayon po, in less than 2 years that I'm in legal, nadoble na po yan. So that's one of the weakest points of the legal sector as identified by the PACC. I've been working hard for that, Your Honor. At nung time na I wrote that directive no? To file criminal.
Please refrain from pointing your finger to
I'm sorry, sir.
representation.
I apologize, Mr. President.
Go ahead.
Sir, during the time that nawala ako. So, sir, he was
Ganito na lang,
pushing.
sinabi kanina ng GCG
Okay, sir.
na kulang daw yung mga, kaya kayo na zero kasi
Yes.
kulang yung mga kasong na-evaluate nila.
Yes, that's
Pero
correct.
nakita ko rito sa mga dokumentong hawak ko, you were instructed by the Board of Directors to implement a single docketing system which could have minimized the lapses. Ganito nangyayari.
Sige, sir.
Pag nagkaroon kayo ng fact-finding, iba yung docket number. Pag nagkaroon kayo ng prosecution, iba yung docket number. Pag nagkaroon kayo ng arbitration, iba yung docket number. Lahat talaga malilito na dyan. Hindi naman, dapat isa lang yun. Kung sino yung nag-complain, kung sino yung respondent. So, magulo na. Wala talaga kayo magagawa niyan.
Mr. President.
And that is under your turf. Hindi ka naman siguro nakalib.
No, sir, ganito. I agree completely with your observation. Kung uulitin po ni Director yung kanyang statement, that was 2017. I assumed as OIC Legal, July 2, 2018. No, so hindi pa yan during my term. Ngayon, during my term, we already implemented the single docketing system.
Pero, attorney, patunayan mo yan?
Yes, yes, sir.
Kayong ini-implement
I wrote 300-page paper for that.
That would prove otherwise.
Yes.
Including a report coming from some regional vice presidents.
Yes.
Na talagang mali yung docketing system nyo ngayon.
Yes, sir. We will respond to that. At the regional offices has been resisting in the filing of criminal complaints. Kung maalala po ninyo, during the 2018 budget hearing, it was Senator Ping that questioned that quota. No, bakit kinukotahan? Paano kung wala namang kasong ipapile? But I have recommended the filing of complaints for 800 instances during the less than 2 years that I've been in legal. I forwarded hundreds or thousands of cases to the National Bureau of Investigation. Kompleto po yan, may mga complaint affidavits.
Nung nag-leave ka, sabi mo sa Region 1, inihiling ka ng central office ninyo na mag-file ng case sa Corpus Clinic and Hospital, sa St. Catherine Hospital, sa Elguira General Hospital at maging sa Macario Macaraig, wala kang final kahit isa. Now that you're the head of legal, siguro naalala mo na nag-leave of absence ka noon nung panahong nasa Region 1 ka, ba't hindi mo i-file ngayon yun?
We've been filing criminal complaints. Yan, pati yung kay... sorry.
Yung mga kasong binanggit ko, hindi pa napapile. Not a single case filed concerning Corpus Clinic and Hospital.
Yes, sir. The preparations of the criminal complaints is with the regional offices. Not with the central office, Your Honor, Mr.
But as head
President.
of legal, siguro naman, hawak mo rin yun.
No, this is the, sir, no? I draft policies on that. And recently, that was signed by President General Morales. Dahil ang mga regions po, I don't have operational control over the regions. They report directly to the region. We have an area vice president and SVP for operations. So my role is on program management, Mr. President.
Attorney Del Rosario, thank you for being proactive. Kanina ko pa binabanggit itong proactive. That has to be translated as an organizational behavior para naman siguro hindi malugi ang mga nagbabayad sa PhilHealth. Can I go now to...
Thank you, sir.
Can I go now to Mr. Abado? Here, Vice President Abado. Mga nababanggit kanina sa mga unang mga tanong dito. Are you virtually present? Kayo yung nabanggit. Tapos na-promote? In the absence of Mr. Cabado, Mr. Chair, I would suggest that the next person knowledgeable in membership matters, si Mr. Mas. Are you here? Are you ready to reply to some of my questions?
Pero hindi ako, sir, sa membership.
Membership, but you're based in NCR?
No, sir?
Nasa dito ka sa Metro Manila, di ba?
O, sir,
Central Office?
Central Office. Management Services Sector.
Yes.
Compose ko ng
Huwag ka mag-alala. Questions lang itong itatanong ko sa'yo. Pang-tawid gutom lang ito. Nung huling hearing, pinauna ni General Morales na meron daw tayong apparently, Mr. President, na mga nakarehistro sa PhilHealth na mga senior citizens. Ganun kahalaga po yung mga senior citizens sa ating membership?
Ay sir, mukhang hindi ako talaga competent to answer that kasi hindi ako talaga sa membership ng PhilHealth.
Pero alam mo, mga senior citizens, members ng PhilHealth.
Oo, automatic.
Ganun kahalaga yung mga senior citizens as members of the PhilHealth? Ano yung benefits?
Yung benefits nila sir, yung just like usual benefits natin.
Pero pwedeng palawigin mo pa ng... Huwag kang mag-alala, 5 minutes na lang.
Sa mga mga usual...
Alam mo, Vice President Mas, you carry with you here your constitutional presumption of innocence. Kahit alam naman natin lahat, you as ranking officers of PhilHealth are facing criminal and administrative charges for an X amount in a case filed last February 2020. Just this year. Huwag mo kang mag-alala, hindi kita tatanungin doon. Tanungin mo lang itong 4 minutes na lang ako. Yung tungkol sa ating mga senior citizens.
Yun sir,
Kasi yung oras ko, Mr.
Just
President.
like sir, the benefits of other members of PhilHealth, entitled din po sila. Wala, hindi na sila nagbabayad. Kasi national government na nagsasubsidize. Doon pala sir sa sinabi yung yung facing charges, may complaint lang ho na na-file. Part naman ho talaga ng public service.
Sabi ko, huwag mo na sagutin yan eh. You carry the presumption of innocence. Hindi kita tatanungin dyan. Ang tinatanong ko sa iyo, yung sa mga senior citizens. Napakahalaga, Mr. President, ng binibigay nating importansya sa mga senior citizens. Kaya dapat po talaga tama ito. At narinig ko po nung huling hearing sa PhilHealth President na mismo, napakarami nating senior citizens na nakarehistro sa PhilHealth na more than 100 years old. Ang sa talaan ko po, Mr. President, hindi lang po 100 years old, 121 years old. Ito po yung tinutukoy ko na I have a slide to be presented. Pwede bang ipalabas yun? Referring, Mr. President, to Code 1899 and Code 1900. Alam to ng mga tiga-PhilHealth. Code 1899, ang ibig sabihin po nun, yung date of birth mo ay December 1899. Yung Code 1900, ibig sabihin ang date of birth mo, January 1, 1900. Ang ibig sabihin po noon, under po tayo ng American rule no, ng ating military governor general, si General Arthur MacArthur pa. At buhay pa ho noon si Apolinario Mabini, buhay pa ho noon si General Aguinaldo, ang presidente ng Amerika si President McKinley, ang sa China po ay Qing Dynasty, buhay. Wala pa ho, pero registered po ito sa PhilHealth, Mr. President. Share with this, Director Mas, Vice President Mas. Paano natin?
Please open yung microphone when you respond.
Narinig ko rin ho yun. Nabasa recently sa mga reports na may ganong data daw pala sa database ng PhilHealth.
Sir, may I help answer that question?
General Morales.
Yes, sir. We recognize ho itong mga seniors na ito as an anomaly. And tinago namin sila lahat. So kung meron ho magkiklaim na kasama ho dito sa cohort na ito, hindi ho namin agad babayaran unless ma-check ho namin yung identity. At ang ginawa ho namin, in-identify namin kung saan ang mga regions located ito mga seniors na to at sinabihan ho namin yung mga regional offices na mag-domiciliary visit, puntahan ho nila yung civil registrar, yung Office of Senior Citizens Affairs at kung ano pa ho ang mga may hawak na mga records para ma-reconcile ho ito. So yun ho ang process ngayon na ginagawa namin para mabawasan ho itong anomaly na to. Yun po.
Can you turn it on? Tama po, General Morales. Narinig ko po yung statement yung yon. Kaya lang, yung figures na sinabi nyo, merong 5,000 na 100 years old. Pero sa figures na hawak ko po ngayon, sa isang probinsya, sa isang region, 40,000 mahigit na centenarians. Yung isa pong region, 10,000. 50,000 na ho yun, dalawang regions. 121 years old. So, kaya ko po binabanggit ito. Baka magka-problema tayo, Mr. President, pag pinatupad na yung national ID system. Kasi maraming kukunin sa
sa PhilHealth records, tapos magkakaroon tayo ng pinakamarami po tayong super centenarian sa buong mundo. Tama po ba yun, Director Mas? Kailan nyo matatapos itong pag-cleanse ng records niyo? Baka bumoto pa yung iba rito.
Not familiar ako sa target ng operation sector.
Hindi mo sigurado yan. But I think
under oath ako, sir.
PhilHealth should be doing the cleansing right now. But going to another point, Mr. President, there is another slide, Mr. President. So, with a PhilHealth classification of senior citizens below 60 years old. Iba naman po ito. Nakalagay po dito, active senior citizen members who are less than 60 years of age. Paano naman po nangyari yung senior citizen ka below 60 years old? Dito po sa figures na pinapakita ko, Mr. President, meron po ditong isang senior citizen na si Mora Dagdag Karamit, 18 years old, ginawa niyo senior citizen. Meron po dito, nabanggit kanina ni Colonel Laborte, mabubuhat ng 5 years old yung isang laptop. Meron po dito, 3 years old, si Anita Pason Talada, ginawa niyong senior citizen, 3 years old lang. Iniba na niya yung batas, may 18 years old, may 56 years old. Paano natin maayos to na binago niyo na pati senior ang classification ng senior citizen, Mr. Mas? If you can respond, pwede rin.
So dapat i-clean up po yan, sir.
Tinanong kita, Mr. Mas, ano yung benefits ng senior citizen?
Just like any other member, sir.
So this list of membership, which PhilHealth is now showing to us as senior citizens, though 18 years old, 34 years old, 35 years old are now entitled to senior citizen benefits. Am I correct?
Dapat po, sir, i-clean up yung data niya.
Paano natin gagawin yon?
May procedure naman sa operations na pag meron kang basis pag-clean up niyan.
Sana nandito si Mr. President, sana nandito si Vice President Abado.
Oo, kasi hindi naman basta-basta talaga tanggal unless meron kang...
And then who is responsible for this?
Ang nag-create ng mga datang yan, sir, sa local health insurance offices yan, magta-type ka ng mga membership data. And then, yun, doon ang galing yun talaga. Pero usually, hiningian niya ng supporting documents. So kung sa ganyan, pwede naman niya may trace kasi dahil may mga user accounts yan So pwede natin...
Merong birthday, may address, kompleto.
Tama. So malalaman natin yan, sir, kasi nag-aaral na ako before sa internal audit, ginagamit yan sila mga user accounts, passwords. So matatrack talaga yan kung sino ang nag-create ng ganyan klaseng data na hindi nga talaga.
So it is possible that we have an over-bloated list of members.
Probably, sir, with that data.
GCG, are you aware of this?
May I help clarify the issue, Mr. President?
Who is General Morales? Are you saying something?
Opo, if I may po, Mr. President.
Pasagutin muna natin si GCG. Kasama ba sa rating mechanism niyo ito? Na gawing senior citizen yung 18 years old?
Sir, it's not part of our mechanism, but actually because we considered already the universal healthcare framework so that all Filipino citizens are already included. But yung specifics po nito, under database, it's not part of their scorecard, sir.
General Morales, you have something to say? General Morales?
Hello?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay. Yung database ho ng organisasyon is a very important portion of its operations. Ang PhilHealth ho, ang may pinakamalaking database kasi 109 million members. At constant ho na nililinis yan. Constant na nililinis. Ang ginawa ho namin, mag-create ho kami ng posisyon ng Corporate Data Officer. At nakipag-ugnay din ho kami sa PSA at sa DSWD para malinisan ho yung aming database. Mahirap ho mag-maintain ng database kasi palipat-lipat ho ng address, merong nagiging 21 years old, nagiging senior, may nag-aasawa, may namamatay. So constant po talaga ang effort sa paglinis ng database. It is a major effort along with the computerization ang program na dapat tatahakin ng PhilHealth. So it is a never-ending challenge po. Yun po.
And the accountable entity here is PhilHealth. Kasi kanina, kasasabi nyo lang, an hour ago, I can still vividly recall, sinabi nyo that the figure lies with the management. And when we refer to management, it is the EXICOM, it is the PhilHealth President, the executive officers. Am I correct, General Morales?
Opo, opo.
So when do you intend to cleanse this? And do you tie this up with the acquisition of your still cannot be explained IT procurement? Are you tying that up with what you're trying to purchase, as you explained to Senator Lacson a while ago, or even without the computerization, magagawa nyo to?
Hand in hand to, dapat to.
Kagulo-gulo. Hindi kami computerized na maganda. Baka yun ang gawin yung dahilan.
Kailangan ho malinisan yung database kasi sabi nga ho nila, kung ma-computerize yung mali, malaki ho ang pagkakamali yan. Kaya dapat lilinisin ho talaga yan. At kahit na ngayon ho, nililinis ho namin yan. Meron kaming effort to clean up the database but still continuing po.
Mr. President, I have no further questions. Perhaps some of our colleagues virtually present can now proceed.
Yes, thank you, Senator Tolentino. Senator Binay has withdrawn. Senator Revilla is not online, so we will go to the officers. Senator Zubiri, the majority leader, 10 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. How is my signal there with you? Is it all right?
Yes, very good.
Yes, thank you, Mr. President. Before I share some documents on the screen, I'd like to just say on the onset, Mr. President, I salute all those coming out for the truth against the corrupt practices of PhilHealth. And there are several already in the past few days that have come out to become our whistleblowers and our or give testimonies on these particular corrupt practices. Even reaching out to many senators, including myself, well-meaning PhilHealth officials, well-meaning PhilHealth employees, giving us what they know about the shenanigans that are happening with PhilHealth. We truly appreciate it. Nagpapasalamat po kami sa nabibigay po na impormasyon sa inyong mga senador at sa inyong mga lumalaban dito sa katiwalian na ito. And to those who have not yet come out and you know these shenanigans, please listen to your conscience and come out with the truth. It will save your soul. With that, also, Mr. President, I would like to commend the PACC head, Greco Belgica, and the PACC for coming out with the cases to be filed against these erring officials. Ituloy nyo lang po yan, Sir Greco, and we are all behind you on this. Aside, of course, the documents and information that the Senate will be able to give you and to the Ombudsman after the hearings are conducted. Mr. President, if I may be able to put out now some documents to share with all of you on the alleged PhilHealth fraudulent schemes, Mr. President. Mr. President, there are 5 schemes so far that we've come out with. I know there are several, but the first scheme that we've seen so far that has been very apparent is the rebate schemes. These rebate schemes has also been quite apparent in the release of the interim reimbursement mechanism claims and releases. As pointed out earlier by Senator Ping Lacson and some of our colleagues, including yourself, Mr. President, for example, as pointed out earlier in the previous hearings, private HCIs or healthcare institutions with claims paid within 10 days, such as the freestanding dialysis centers, totaling about 226 million. One particular one, as mentioned earlier by Senator Lacson, Brown Avitum Philippines with 45.2 million paid immediately. And other HCIs such as the maternity care package providers at 4.7 immediately paid at record time. While we are seeing these incredible payouts at such incredible speeds, Mr. President, several government healthcare institutions have unpaid claims. For example, Western Visayas Medical Center in Iloilo of our dear minority floor leader has still unpaid claims of 121 million pesos. Hospital ng Maynila, as already pointed out in the last hearing, has claims of 19.3 million, which we confirmed with with Mayor Isko Moreno, has not been paid, regardless of what the Philhealth has said repeatedly on media. Mr. President, as well as the Corazon Locsin Montelibano Memorial Regional Hospital in Negros Occidental has unpaid claims of 41.7 million pesos. So look at the disparity. It seems that there is a bias towards private institutions, unfortunately, with the records being given to us, Mr. President. And there is a case, Mr. President. This is quite interesting, and I think our colleagues should know about this. As early as 2014, involving Pacific Eye Institute, headed by a certain Mr. David Gosenfiao, who had multi-million peso claims with Philhealth on cataract removal and other eye operations, Mr. President. Apparently, as told to me by my insider, there was a board meeting held in the Philhealth in 2016, Mr. President, wherein Dr. Gosenfiao supposedly admitted to the board that he was asked to pay 7.3 million to a certain Philhealth officer for the release of his claims amounting to 73 million, which is a rebate or a kickback of 10% for this particular issue. Mr. President, I move that we subpoena the documents of the board from the corporate secretary at this time with this particular board meeting, which was held to listen to Dr. Gosenfiao. I so move, Mr. President, if I can ask the committee.
Yes, hearing no objection, the subpoena duce tecum will be issued. The Secretary.
Mr. President, thank you, Mr. President. And the gentleman, Dr. Gosenfiao, I believe also had given testimony in the Senate as early as 2016 or 2015. May we also ask our Senate Secretary to prepare those documents and, if possible, invite Dr. Gosenfiao in our next hearings, Mr. President. Next, Mr. President.
For the suggestion of the majority leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. Because of my lack of time, I know we have very short. It's very difficult for me, Mr. President, to ask questions on this part. Allow me first to come out with the schemes, and then maybe on the second round, I will ask the questions to the particular personalities. Mr. President, on the alleged Philhealth scheme number 2 are the non-existing patients. I'll give an example. As I mentioned yesterday or the other day when I was being interviewed, a hospital in Davao del Sur, Golingay General Hospital, has an 18-bed capacity infirmary, Mr. President. It's an infirmary, 18-bed. And yet, Mr. President, they were given in 2014 rather, 18 million pesos. And in the first semester alone, meaning the first quarter of 2015, 3 months alone, they were given 10 million pesos, Mr. President. We had obtained this from internal documents from Philhealth itself. And allow me to read verbatim, Mr. President. It is very apparent that Dr. Golingay only started complaining when his facility was subjected to post-audit investigation and a stop order was issued. It should be underscored that when IAD, which is Internal Affairs, I presume, pointed out the striking figures of claims in the region, the hospital, GGH, an 18-bed infirmary, was in the ranks of tertiary hospitals at top 7 highest paid facility on pneumonia claims, having collected 18 million in 2014 and almost 10 million on the first semester of 2015. How can an 18-bed hospital have so much patients, Mr. President? And I was told by my insider, these are what they call the non-existing patients, not only ghosts, but non-existing at all. And claims are being made out of these non-existing patients. The alleged PhilHealth fraudulent scheme number 3, Mr. President, ghost patients. It's good na mailatag po natin ito lahat, Mr. President, para makita ng taong bayan anong klaseng mga schemes na ito at pati na rin ang mga nag-iimbestiga nitong mga katiwalian na ito. No less than the President and CEO, PCEO Morales, admitted on August 4, 2020 in the Committee of the Whole hearing that there are around 5,000 members who are around 130 years old, still listed as member beneficiaries despite being deceased. Well, they claim, Mr. President, it could be a failure on the IT part, their computerization and modernization program. Nevertheless, Mr. President, that is something to look into and why it has not been cleansed from the very beginning. Senator Lacson, in his privilege speech last July 29, had said that WellMed Dialysis Center, this was in 2019, Mr. President, received a total of 4.24 million pesos, despite PhilHealth's claim that the payments to the dialysis center were cut as early as January 2019 following reports of anomalies such as ghost patients, wherein hundreds of thousands of pesos were paid for dialysis treatments where the patients had already died. And the report of Senator Lacson as well showed that the payments were made in record speed with a turnaround time of 2 days, Mr. President. And this happens to many other dialysis centers, Mr. President. And another insider told me patients unable to finish their 90-day dialysis sessions due to the death of their patients. For example, Mr. President, 90 dialysis sessions yan. On the 40th session, kung namatay po yung pasyente dahil nga sa sakit ng kidney, they still continue to claim the remaining sessions. And this has been already investigated, but not yet acted on many cases. For example, the case of Pamela Del Rosario, Mr. President, this is a very important case with the PhilHealth, very well documented case from a hospital in Region 1. Her report indicated cancer together with her parents who supposedly had cancer as well, Mr. President. Apparently, she and her parents were ghost patients and the hospital was able to make a claim of 1.7 million pesos among other claims that were done. Mr. President, this is a well-documented case within PhilHealth, yet stringent legal action has yet to be done, and I will discuss that in another scheme, Mr. President. Other examples, this was given to me, Mr. President, by those investigating in the hospitals themselves in the provinces. Some HCIs give patients losartan, for example, for hypertension. Then they claim the case rate as mild stroke and charge PhilHealth as high as 25,000 pesos per claim. A clear example of upcasing. Some HCIs, Mr. President, have these 3 to 4 ghost patients a week and claim as high as 100,000 pesos a week. Pag nanakaw talaga ito, Mr. Presidente, Senator Tito Soto, our SP, this is no other than blatant fraud and corruption, which is utilizing the funds and the money that should go to the proper patients that need our help. Some HCIs, Mr. President, pay people, and this is a true story told to me by one of those who are in PhilHealth as one of the investigators. Mr. President, they pay people 1,000 pesos to act as patients in order to claim for more serious ailments from the PhilHealth. At ito po ay true story din po. Binanggit sa akin ng isang investigador. Some provincial primary hospitals were once inspected by surprise by investigators from PhilHealth, checking the logbooks of patients and inspecting the rooms kung saan po sila natutulog, kung saan po dapat sila nakalagay. Wala po silang mahanap na tao o pasyente doon sa lugar na yon. Hindi po nila mahanap. itong mga pasyente na yun. And when asked, the hospital staff would say that they will call the patients. And the patients would arrive and go back to their beds. And when asked, Mr. President, where they came from, may isa daw na sumagot, nagpakain lang sila ng baboy. And of course, other excuses, which are absurd excuses to say the least. And Mr. President, other unscrupulous HCIs would give a patient mere paracetamol and send them home, but they would charge PhilHealth for the room, the medicines under that patient's name, and come up with fraudulent or made up illness claims. Mr. President, very important yung scheme number 3 na yan because it will be it has something to do with another scheme that I will show a bit later on. On the IT overpricing and padding, as earlier already claimed by Mr. Keith and other whistleblowers, that's all self-explanatory, Mr. President. One item, the Adobe Master Collection software, 1 unit, 12,400% increase, Mr. President. Unbelievable. I've never seen such patong na 12,400%. Although they say it has not been spent, money has not been released, nevertheless, Mr. President, an attempt to defraud government and the people of the Philippines with this type of padded costs are unspeakable and unforgivable. Mr. President, and finally, the alleged scheme number 5 on the legal and administrative cases. All the cases that I mentioned, Mr. President, all should have been acted upon by legal of the PhilHealth department or PhilHealth itself. Number one problem, Mr. President, orders from the legal sector to ignore court rulings on fraud. Mr. President, Supreme Court and Court of Appeals final decisions on suspension of hospitals remain unimplemented, ignored by the PhilHealth. Court of Appeals decisions, there was one, for example, the Perpetual Sucor Hospital in Cebu, which was taken up in the Senate previously, remain unenforced. Among others, a Supreme Court final decision sustaining the suspension of General Santos Doctors Hospital for being found guilty for claiming payments for ghost patients has been put on hold. That sends a wrong signal, Mr. President, kaya walang natatakot na mga airing HCIs or healthcare facilities. Walang natatakot na hospital dahil nga hindi naman sila kinakasuhan at hindi po sila pinaparusahan. Ang malaking parusa kasi, Mr. President, yung suspension ng kanilang accreditation. Hindi po ginagawa ng previous PhilHealth administrations po ito. The next one, diluted cases against airing PhilHealth officials, Mr. President. PhilHealth employees involved, for example, in the Pamela Del Rosario fake cancer claims in Region 1 were charged with administrative case of simple neglect only, Mr. President. The admin cases were even dismissed, despite clear evidence of their participation of these illegal activities. A certain attorney Emily Roque, filed only charges for simple misconduct against 10 employees who had been positively identified by PhilHealth anti-fraud personnel. Last year, the cases against these employees were also dismissed, Mr. President. And I would like to ask them later on to clarify if that is true. The anti-fraud personnel, PhilHealth anti-fraud personnel submitted a 200-page comprehensive report, which was reduced to a 21-page report by internal audit. Mr. President, once more, may I move that we subpoena this particular 200-page comprehensive report on the Pamela Del Rosario case, Mr. President. I so move.
Hearing no objection, motion is approved. The Secretary will issue a subpoena to Secretary.
The reduced internal report, Mr. President, replaced the detailed findings of the PAF, clearly identifying the role of each employee in the scam. It was clearly reported that the same employees connived to create the false account. While majority of the claims in the regional office were being processed at 60 days, these Pamela Del Rosario claims, Mr. President, were processed by the same employees at an average of only 10 days. Clearly, we can see the disparity there, Mr. President. And Mr. President, the similar scheme reported by the same group of anti-fraud personnel in Region 1 for at least 30 other ghost members. There were 30 other cases, Mr. President, that was being ignored by Philhealth Legal. And if I'm not mistaken, at that particular point in time, the head of the regional vice president for Region 1 was attorney was attorney Rodolfo Del Rosario, who's now head of legal. Mr. President, the third is prolonged inaction on cases against airing hospitals, Mr. President. I would like to ask this a bit later if I still have time for VP Legal Rodolfo Del Rosario.
Well,
Mr. President,
we've given you more than 10 minutes already, but
may I just wrap up, Mr. President? May I just wrap up quickly?
yes, you
Because
can.
this is quite important to the case. Mr. President, there is one example, with the permission of my colleagues, this is just very important. There is one example of a fraudulent hospital, particularly Corpus Hospital, Mr. President. 220 cases were filed against this healthcare institution, forwarded by the Fact-Finding Investigation Enforcement Division, FFIED. I have all the documents with me here, Mr. President, all with me. Forward to the Fact-Finding of Region 1 for filing with the prosecution office. Until now, no cases have been filed, Mr. President, and then Regional VP Rodolfo De Rosario refused to act on a directive of former OICP CEO De La Serna to file 200 counts of charges against Corpus Hospital for document fraud. I have all the names here, Mr. President. All 220 of them are all listed here. And yet, in 2019, unfiled cases were remained to the legal department in the central office. To this day, these cases remain unfiled. To wrap up, Mr. President, paano natin maayos ang katiwalian dyan sa Philhealth, Mr. President, kung wala namang kaso ang pinafile at wala po mga taong ikinukulong, Mr. President, kung ganitong pangyayari dyan sa loob ng Philhealth. So, Mr. President, on the second round, I would like to ask these people in charge what their comments are of these findings, and we'll submit to the committee as well all the documents that we have in these fraudulent schemes done in the Philhealth, Mr. President.
All right, thank you, Majority Leader. We will place everything on record and all those documents. Senator Zubiri, the Majority Leader, we now call on the Minority Leader, Senator from...
Very quickly lang.
Before Senator Dillon, yes, the
Yes, the Majority Leader mentioned Hospital of Manila. I remember last Tuesday's hearing, sinabi ni Rene Limsiaco na nabayaran na nila. Can you submit to us the proof of payment to Hospital of Manila? Thank you. Submit na lang.
All right, thank you. You have proof of payment. All right, because the local official said that they have not received anything. Anyway, Senator Dillon.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, for the last two hearings, what was unraveled before this committee of the whole is their very rampant corrupt practices, both in the interim reimbursement mechanism and in the computerization and of the operations. I have two suggestions that we should for the committee report. Number one, we should craft legislation which would allow the president to reorganize Philhealth. Why? This will provide immediate relief from all these corrupt practices which are still ongoing today, and would weed out the corrupt ones without their being able to claim that there is no just cause for their termination because they are covered by civil service rules. Again, we would submit for the consideration of the committee a remedial legislation to immediately address the corruption by a statute which will authorize the president to reorganize. And in the reorganization, observe strictly the rules on appointment of personnel in PhilHealth under the GOCC Governance Act, which is designed precisely to allow only those who satisfy the fit and proper rule to be appointed to sensitive positions. Our problem today, Mr. President, is we have to go through the process of civil service, etc. We cannot address the corruption. This suggestion we are submitting for consideration, but this is without prejudice to whatever criminal aspect that may have been incurred because of these corrupt practices. The second recommendation that I have, again subject to the committee's decision, is to outsource the computerization because the attempt to computerize is even burdened by allegations of overpricing on the IT equipment and services. So we will submit the second recommendation to the Committee of the Whole that we should consider contracting out the computerization of PhilHealth so that if we have a prestigious IT company doing the computerization for PhilHealth, then we just pay for the services and the result of this computerization without getting into many of these bidding processes, which obviously because of the embedded corruption can never succeed in terms of getting the best for the government. So therefore, I would submit that as part of my recommendation, Mr. President. Having said that, may I ask for some specific questions on the IRM, the interim reimbursement mechanism? Do we still have COA, Mr. President, with us?
COA, supposed to be, yes.
Yes. Are they around, sir?
Virtual online, the COA, will please respond.
Anyway, apparently there is none. But we would like the interim reimbursement mechanism, as we said in the previous hearing, is a misnomer because actually these are advances being made. It is obvious. Now, we want to know, and anybody can answer this in PhilHealth. What are the COA rules on cash advances?
Chairman Aguinaldo is online. Unless somebody else will answer on his behalf.
Yes, can we request if the chairman of the COA is still around or any of his representative? May we know what are the COA rules on advances to government employees?
Tuason, are you responding?
Yes, sir.
Go ahead.
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes.
Answer the question of Senator Dillon.
I think our chairman, Chair Mike Aguinaldo, is attending this virtual hearing. So, he may want to answer it first.
Yeah, if you can answer it, are you from COA? Are you from COA?
Yes, yes, sir.
Okay, can you answer my question, please? What are the rules on advances to government employees or to an authorized government employee or entity, private entity?
Normally po, advances have a specific purpose.
Okay.
And once the purpose or purposes of such advances have been met, they are required to liquidate.
Okay.
With all
So
the necessary documents.
So basically, it must be consistent with the purpose for which the program was created. And there must be liquidation.
Yes po.
When should the liquidation be made?
The liquidation should be made within 60 days or when the purpose has been met already, whichever comes first.
Okay, you have heard the testimony so far. When in your view is the purpose for which the advance was made fulfilled, which will trigger the obligation to liquidate? You on that?
If I may, sir, last Thursday po, we had a meeting. The President Morales requested for a meeting with us. And we advised him on this IRM. We informed him that as fast as possible, this liquidation should be required already. So they will know how much would be the actual balances of their funds being given to the regions. But as it is, parang as of last meeting po namin, around 1 billion pa lang has been liquidated. But it doesn't mean na those balance from the 14.7 billion given to the regions or to the HCIs, it doesn't mean that only 1 billion has been spent or expended. It is only because there is no liquidation yet, so they do not know how much actually were spent and how much would be the remaining balance of this 14.7 billion. That's why I suggested and we requested na i-fast track or i-facilitate nila yung liquidation. And then for those regions which have many COVID cases, they should give the balance of they should pull out those balances and give to those regions na talagang maraming COVID cases. Kasi it would be unfair naman na ang laki-laki ng pera ng isang region, wala naman po siyang masyadong COVID cases, and then there are regions na ang dami nilang patients, pero wala naman silang enough funds for that. Yun po yung in-advise namin sa kanya, fast track, facilitate the liquidation so they will know how much exactly was spent and how much are available funds at a certain point in time.
Thank you. Well, considering, ma'am, that in this particular case, the records will show that the advances or the IRM funds were downloaded as about the first week of April, April 6, many of these advances were downloaded. That's 120 days ago. Do you think that the liquidation is due or overdue?
Actually, it's overdue because as I have said, the regulation of COA is within 60 days.
How many?
Within 60 days po, 60, sir.
60, yes.
Yes, that's COA's regulation within 60 days. But according to them, they give them 120 days. And or 80, whenever 80% of the amount given to them has been spent, they can already liquidate. That's why our advice is by this time, for us to be able to know how much were actually spent and how much are the remaining balance in the regional offices or in the ACIs in the regions, they should fast track the liquidation already because that's already too long.
Yes. Well, we see, Mr. President.
Yes, sir. Our chair is here already. I can see him.
Maybe.
Thank you, sir.
Yes, chairperson. Thank you, ma'am. Mrs.
Okay
Watson.
po.
Yes. Just for the record, Chairman Aguinaldo, you confirm what your co-worker, Mr. Watson, just said. That particular on the liquidation.
Yes,
Okay, Chairman Aguinaldo, from the point of view of COA, from point of view of COA, is there something? Are there COA rules violated by the system of an interim reimbursement mechanism or IRM, which actually is a mechanism of advancing payments? Chairman Aguinaldo, how does that sit with the COA rules? The concept itself. Chair Aguinaldo, Mike?
Hello?
Yes. Can you respond now?
Yeah. Yeah. As a general rule, we do have limited work audit.
We can't hear you much, Chairman Aguinaldo. Please adjust your microphone.
Hello, hello. Can you hear me? Hello?
Yeah. Yes. Chairman Mike, the question is the interim reimbursement mechanism. Is this consistent with COA rules, regulation, system itself?
As a general rule, advance payments are restricted. These are found in the auditing code, which limits it to I think it's about 10 or 15%, unless the president of the Philippines actually declares otherwise. In the case of Philhealth, my understanding is it's a system of advance payment, but it operates more as somewhat of a deposit, sort of a prepayment, but then it's something that has to be liquidated. Under the Universal Healthcare Act, I think this type of scheme is authorized. I myself have questions about how it's actually going to operate, and Philhealth was scheduling a meeting in order to make a presentation on that. That said, I'm not sure what the basis is being used for the current IRM, if they're relying on the Universal Healthcare System or Universal Healthcare Law, or if there's some other legal basis that they're pointing to.
Well, thank you. So in other words, as you, from where you sit, you are not informed of the, or at least you are convinced at this point that there is a proper legal basis unless the proper explanation is made. Is that correct? Please, plus for the record, Chairman Aguinaldo, not just nodding your head, please. What is the response to my question?
Yes, that's true.
Okay. No. Thank you very much. All right. One of the issues raised in the course of these hearings is the apparent favoritism that some health, what do you call it, health facilities would enjoy over the others. And that is, that conclusion is based on the fact that there are certain hospitals who would benefit tremendously from the system without even COVID patients. Let me cite a few examples. The records will show that level 3 hospitals in Region 5 were granted IRM or IRM advances on April 6, 2020. There is only one COVID case there, and yet 247,464,323 pesos was advanced in after 1 week after the request was made. Level 3 hospitals in Region 8, they filed their request to participate in the IRM on March 23 and 24. The funds were released on March 31, 2020, after 1 week. Number of COVID cases, 1. Amount released, 196,506,481. And yet, I may place of record, our situation in Region 6, Mr. Chairman, there are 2,130 COVID cases, 32 deaths, 33 requests were made as far back as April 6. Up to this point, not a single peso was released to these 33, to these hospitals. And the president of the Medical Association cited the case of St. Paul's Hospital. Indeed, that's a hospital run by nuns, and at least siguro naman hindi natin sasabihin na nandadaya itong mga madre sa kanilang mga claims. But the point is, none of these 33 requests were granted, except for one. So this is the reason why a lot of eyebrows are being raised with this IRM, the favoritism that is seen now. Which brings me to the point: what are the standards that are being followed by Philhealth insofar as the grant, which hospital to grant or to deny? And maybe anybody from the Philhealth can answer that. That's at the field of the chairman of the COA. The question is, do you have any standard as to which request to grant for this IRM? Who can respond to this, Mr. President, from the Philhealth group?
Ms. Aragona, you respond to this, or
can we have Mr. Morales if nobody?
Mr. Morales would be the best.
Yes, in other words, the question is, do you have any standard followed as to which hospital will or health center will be entitled to participate in this interim reimbursement mechanism? Because it would appear that certain hospitals or certain regions are blessed and other regions are not so blessed.
General Morales.
Yes, sir. Can you hear me, sir? Can you hear me?
Yes. Go ahead.
Yes, sir. The disbursement of the IRM also was affected by the relative administrative efficiencies of the regions. There were some regions who were able to process their request faster than the other region. For example, Region 6. I had to remind the regional vice president there to speed up her processing, because when we looked at the distribution, they seem to be lagging behind. And then at that time, we still did not know which of the regions would be most affected. That's why the original approval of the board was for 27 billion. We have only released about 15 billion because around the late April, we already began to have an idea of where the COVID incidence would be, which was the Region 3, 4, and I think 7 and NCR. But that time, we had already made sure that as much as possible, all the regions, especially the referral hospitals and the laboratories, had already a COVID fund ready. So that's the reason na hindi ho nagpantay-pantay ang pag-release ng COVID fund.
Okay. So apparently, the basic premise or basis of this IRM is COVID. As you said also earlier, because you panicked mid-March or mid-January that COVID was something that you must prepare for. So it was basically COVID.
The pandemic ho,
yes.
General health, I think it was the health emergency. That was the basis for this action.
So, Mr. Morales, how do you explain the fact that dialysis and maternity facilities, which obviously had no COVID patients, were recipients of substantial amounts under this program, which is only designed for COVID cases?
Because according to them, we got several requests from the nephrological associations and I think the several associations requesting for assistance because their patients required treatment related to the pandemic, which is the COVID. So nasali sila.
I am sorry, but your reasoning is medyo mababaw po. No? I mean, it's a bit of the committee, but I cannot, reasonable mind will not accept that as a basis or a justification for why maternity clinics, dialysis centers, which obviously could not accept COVID patients, would be beneficiaries of substantial advances to prepare the healthcare facility for COVID. Obviously, there is absolutely no.
May I add to that po, Senator Dillon?
Yes, please.
Yes, I think these clinics were located in high COVID incidence area. So, yun ho ang additional dahilan.
Well, again, this is a reimbursement mechanism for COVID-related claims, and obviously there is no COVID-related claim in dialysis and maternity.
Pandemic po, pandemic.
Pandemic for the community, not for the hospital.
Opo.
Okay. Now, let me go to a little bit to the larger topic. And, in the previous hearings on Philhealth earlier this year, there was mention that so much were unpaid. 14 billion were unpaid reimbursement claims of accredited hospitals, and an estimate of additional 4 billion as of the end of 2019. President Morales, how much is the total unpaid claims of all hospitals, of hospitals, whether COVID or not? Or probably non-COVID first?
Yes, I don't have the exact figures, but this is a constant issue between PhilHealth and the hospitals. If I remember right, at the end of 2019, we had about 12 billion returned to hospital accounts accumulated over several years. We have managed to reduce this about 7 billion to the middle of this year. And we have also created a process to reduce this. We call this the account reconciliation procedure. We have designated at the regional office an account reconciliation officer, and we have identified targets for them so that each hospital will have an account reconciliation officer, and they will work together to reconcile their accounts. Because historically, PhilHealth has a very low denial rate. Only 2 to 3% of claims are denied. And most of the return to hospitals are due to lack of documentation, issues that are, but they are not yet denied. They are still, can be worked if the requirements are completed. So we are working constantly to reduce this these unpaid claims to the hospital.
Thank you. One final topic, Mr. Chairman. Concern has been raised about the statement made by one of your officials that the actuarial life of PhilHealth would be only up to 2021 unless massive infusion of government subsidy is done. Just for the record, is it correct that under the present General Appropriations Act, the subsidy to PhilHealth is 71 billion pesos?
That's correct po. That's correct.
And this is augmented by the premium contributions of the members.
That's correct po.
Now, is it correct to say that the premium contributions this year is just about 10% of what it was last year?
Our SBP for financial management can have more exact figures to reassure the Senate that the financial health of PhilHealth is not really that grim. If you may allow me.
Yes, please. Just asking a point of fact. How does your premium collection this year compare to last year?
We experienced actually an increase in the first quarter because we increased the premium rate according to the Universal Healthcare Law. So there was an increase. I'm not sure the second quarter, but expenses have also been not as bad as we anticipated because many patients are avoiding going to the hospital. So the benefit payments has also been a bit moderate. But if the exact figures can be presented by SBP Limsiaco, who is now ready with the figures, if you...
Yes, please. Yes, please.
SBP Limsiaco, Rene?
Yes, sir. Mr. Chair, magandang hapon po. Mayong hapon, Senator Drilon. As yun po ng the first semester po, ang makikita po natin, actual po na nakolekta po ay nasa 67.67.
I'm sorry?
7.7 billion pesos, Your Honor. And
Slide, Rene, slide.
Sir, again, balikan ko, ang ating collection po, actual as of June 30 po ito ng current year ay nasa 67.7 billion and last year po ay nasa 41.4 billion. Ito po, ang composition po nito ay dahil po sa taong ito po ay mayroon na tayong nakokolekta ng 26.1 billion galing sa national government ng first semester po. Kaya po makikita po natin mas mataas po ang ating nakolekta sa taong ito kumpara sa last year po. Now, kung tanggalin po natin ang ating 26.1 billion from the Department of National Government, from DBM, from the 67.6 billion, Your Honor, makikita po natin na more or less halos pareho figure ngayong taon kumpara sa last year po in terms of direct contribution, Your Honor.
Yeah, yes. That the subsidy of the national government did not go down. Still 71 billion as a budget. How much was released to you? I do not know. What I'm just interested in are the premiums collected because I suspect that with the pandemic, the premium collections went down because a lot of people got unemployed, a lot of companies closed, and yet the claims went up because of the pandemic. So I would like to know, how would you compare your premium contributions income as compared in 2019 and 2020? Very simple question. Just give us the figures.
Yes, sir. Ang sinabi ko nga kanina, sir, Mr. Chair, Your Honor, ang ating collection po this year kung sa direct po tayo ay nasa 41.491 and ang last year po ay nasa 41.379, Your Honor. Ibig sabihin po, mas mataas na yung taon ito kumpara sa last year po, given that this year po, mayroon tayong 0.25% increase in the premium contribution po natin. And based on the record po na nakuha ko na sa Treasury for the month of July, this year po ay mayroon tayong nakukolekta 7.5, ibig sabihin 7.5 billion, Your Honor. Pareho po halos doon sa kolekta natin ng February ng taong ito. Ibig sabihin po ay nagpipick up na po ang collection. In terms of contribution, sa July po na tinitingnan natin ay ito po yung mag-stabilize po ng premium collection po natin. Iyan po ay collection galing sa ating mga accredited collecting agents at saka po collection sa ating PhilHealth office po, Your Honor.
Okay, so you're saying there's no reason to worry?
Mr. Chair, Your Honor, ang nakikita ko po sa collection po natin ay in fact po ay mayroon pa ho tayong kung sa total po ng collection po no January to July this year ay nasa 48.6 billion po, Your Honor. And last year po ay nasa 45.877, Your Honor.
Okay. So you don't need additional funding from the budget?
Mr. Chair, Your Honor, kailangan po natin ang pundo galing sa national government po. And maraming salamat po sa national government. July po, nagbigay po sila ng isang 4 billion pesos, Your Honor. Maraming salamat po.
We are talking about the budget. The budget this year for Philhealth, Universal Healthcare is 71 billion. The proposed budget for next year is 71 billion. You find that sufficient?
Mr. Chair, Your Honor, ang ating submitted na budget proposal for the year 2021, Your Honor, is 138 billion, Your Honor. Yan po ay ang computation ng ating actuary prior to the COVID-19 virus, Your Honor. And sinabi mo nga po, we were provided with 71.3 billion, Your Honor. And I think kailangan po natin ang sapat na pundo para po ay magampanan po ang mga pangangailangan po ng ating mga miyembro na papasok po sa ating mga healthcare providers po.
We would prefer specific figures, not nothing else. So how much do you need for purposes of the budget? In any case, because we want to point out that the principal source of budget for Philhealth would be the sin taxes. And sin taxes is going down because of the COVID. So that is why we are concerned about the financial health of Philhealth. And from what you're saying, apparently there is nothing to worry about because it's sufficient. Is that correct? Mr. Kabading is raising his hand.
Put your microphone on, and by the way, the minority leader, please wrap up after this.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Mr.
Number one, yung sinasabi ni Renet Siaco, saying, basically was saying we still have money. But I just wanted to go directly, the fact that we have 155 billion utang, and then our equity is way low beyond that. Meaning, to measure your going concern, to measure the going concern is, let us just compute quickly, go in a matter of doing by expressing it in a debt to equity ratio. Yung reported ni Renet Siaco na debt to equity ratio noong June 30, siya po ang nag-submit nito, is yung utang natin 147 against is to 1. We have utang na 147 pesos. Ang available natin payment, available pang bayad is 100. Okay, let me just quickly say though, that the true debt to equity ratio, however, on June 30 is 170 is to 1. This is so because yung advance na 14.9 billion hindi pa na-charge sa income statement. Babawasan yung equity natin na 14.9 billion. So, I'm saying as a caution to everyone, very hopeful about PhilHealth. 170 is to 1 po yung debt to equity ratio natin. 170 yung utang, 100 na lang pesos available to pay. Your Honor, additionally, I would like to reinforce your saying that there is favoritism on IRM. In your place in Iloilo, the reason why hindi yan nabigyan is because yung ano doon, the regional vice president doon is the perceived enemy of the Execom. Because she was the one who supply information that triggers the Senate hearing last year. That's it, Your Honor.
Thank you, Board Member Kabading, for that. for that statement because I cannot accept that our people in Region 6 are the most inefficient in the entire country, that none of the hospital's claims have been processed. So thank you, Mr. President. That's all for us.
Thank you, Senator Drilon, the Minority Leader. So Dr. Jimenez wanted to make a statement. Please go ahead, Dr. Jimenez. Your microphone is... Go ahead.
Good afternoon po sa inyong lahat. I will just add do sa sinabi po ni Senator Drilon. Yung pong pagbibigay ng IRM ay napakagulo po. Hindi po nalaman lahat ng ating mga hospital na merong such name as IRM. Yung marami pong hospital ay nagtataka, saan ba ho nakuha yung advisory na yan? So, yung po, totoo po yung sinabi ko, twice ko po sinabi last hearing, yung pong napakaraming COVID cases sa St. Paul Hospital, up to this point in time, hindi pa po nakaka-receive ng IRM. And that will be available sa ating madre na administrator ng St. Paul. So yun po ang pinapanawagan ko po, nag-lockdown na po yung St. Paul Hospital up to now at this present time. Hindi pa po nakaka-receive ng isang sentimo from Philhealth na IRM. Ano po ang nangyayari sa pabalik-balik na ano? Pag nag-follow up po ako, pupunta po sa Vice President. Sasabihin ng Vice President, yung papel po ay na kay General Morales na. Pag tinanong ko naman po sa opisina ni General Morales, sasabihin po sa akin, nandun na po sa Vice President, just follow up. So umabot na po ng halos 3 buwan up to now. Wala pa pong nare-receive yung region ni Senator Drilon at as of this time. Yun po ang nangyayari, yun po ang katotohanan. Totoo po sa ating mga collectibles, tinanong din po ni Senator Drilon. Doon po sa 17 hospital ng Mount Grace, yung mga hospital po yung Unilab. Ang collectibles po nila ng good claims from Philhealth ay umabot na po ng 778 million plus. Hindi po nakakakolekta up to now. Doon po sa mga COVID patients na hospital na nagmamanage, very few private hospitals po ang nakakuha ng malaki except yung mga malalaking hospital dito po sa NCR. Yung maliliit pong hospital ay yung po ang nakikiusap sa akin na sabihin sa hearing. Katulad po yung isang maliit na hospital sa Batangas, up to now wala pa rin pong IRM. Yung isa pong hospital sa Antipolo, ganun din po. I will supply yung ating pong secretariat ng mga letters nila to prove na sila po ay nagsasabi ng totoo. So yun po ang sitwasyon ngayon natin. Kaya po pinakikiusap natin, magtulong-tulungan na po, provide po yung IRM na kailangan ng mga hospital. Binigay ko po sa secretariat ni Senator Drilon as Senator Lacson, Senator Drilon, and Senator Soto, President Soto, yung mga data po. So nandun po natin kwenta namin nang hindi po nakaka-receive ng IRM. Kasi alam ko po ang Philhealth nag-issue ng public release na meron na pa naibigay silang list. Pero kung a-analyze nyo po, ang mga listahan po doon ang nabigyan, dialysis center, maternity center, at yung pong hindi mga hospital na nagka-carry ng COVID. Naintindihan ko po, merong collateral damage yung mga maternity and dialysis centers. Pero bakit po napakalalaki ng inisyu sa kanilang IRM compared sa mga hospital na katulad namin na punong-puno na ng pasyente, cannot afford anymore, bakit po kaliliit yung binigay po sa amin? Yun lang po, marami po salamat sa Senado at pinapakinggan niyo po yung aming damdamin. Maraming salamat po and God bless to everybody.
Mr. President,
yes,
it would just one statement, it would appear that the denial of participating in this interim reimbursement mechanism is based on vengeance rather than on need. Because sa amin po, hindi na nagustuhan yung aming regional director dahil yan nagsubong nung nakaraang taon. Kaya lahat po ng mga ospital at mga pasyente sa amin ay nahihirapan dahilan po sa mga ganitong gawain. So yan na po, Mr. President.
Thank you. General Morales, you were asking for the floor.
Yes, regarding the regional vice president in Region 6, I was the one who assigned her in Region 6. And I had to reprimand her because she was slow in processing the IRM. So that is the story behind yung Region 6 issue ng IRM.
Senator Whitmer, you was raising your hand on this issue. Yes, Cynthia, go ahead. Unmute your computer first. Sorry, please unmute your mic, computer first.
Diane, can you hear me? It's on mute.
Senator Amy, you are laughing at us. Senator
Anyway,
Whitmer,
can you hear me? Can you hear me now?
Now we can hear you. Go ahead.
Okay. I was provided by Philhealth yung list na binigyan nila ng IRM. I just want to inform Senator Drilon, dun sa list ng Region 6, there is only one hospital, Western Visayas Regional Hospital, 121 million, for his information.
That's correct. There are 33 claims filed. Out of 33, only one.
But that is a government hospital.
And so are also a number of government hospitals denied IRM.
That is only for Iloilo.
Yes.
Yeah. I just want to make that manifestation.
All right, thank you. We acknowledge that. Before I recognize the President Pro Tem, Senator Ping Lacson is recognized.
Yes, before I forget, Mr. President, may I move that the following be granted legislative immunity by the Committee of the Whole. Board Member Alejandro Cabading, Lieutenant Colonel Etrobal Laborte, and Attorney Thorson Kit. So move, Mr. President.
Second.
You second that. Is there no objection? Hearing no objection, the motion is approved. Senator Ralph Recto, the President Pro Tem, is recognized. You have 10 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Mr. President, I was listening attentively earlier to the questions raised by all of you, including the minority leader. Unfortunately, medyo naputo yung linya ko, so I didn't catch everything. But nevertheless, Mr. President, let me try to follow up on some of these questions. First, let me ask the Philhealth. Maybe the legal officer. Who is the chairman of Philhealth today?
Who is the legal officer? Tony Del Rosario?
We have two legal officers. Attorney Labe siguro, corporate legal officer, Your Honor.
Attorney Labe?
Yes, Mr. President.
Precious one.
The chairman of Philhealth as of today is the Secretary of Health, Secretary Dopi po.
The Secretary of Health, no? Okay. Kung siya yung chairman, sino naman yung ibang ex-officio chairman ninyo? Or rather, ex-officio members ninyo? You have Secretary Duque as chairman, and we understand why he is the chairman. Philhealth is a very important institution as far as healthcare is concerned, di ba? Okay? So who are the other ex-officio chairmen?
If I may, Mr. President, the ex-officio chairman are the Department of Finance Secretary Dominguez, the DSWD Secretary General Bautista, the DBM Secretary Secretary Wendell, Department of Labor and Employment Secretary Bello.
Okay. So these are the five bago yan linagay natin sa batas, isn't it? Under the Universal Healthcare Law, no? Okay. At ang dahilan bakit natin linagay yan, para bantayan precisely lahat itong mga allegations of corruption also in the PhilHealth. Ngayon nagtataka ako, bakit wala sila dito sa hearing natin?
Well, we originally in the first committee hearing, we did not deem it necessary because we were concentrating on the officials of the PhilHealth and not
Yes,
including
correct.
official officials. Now, in the second hearing, we informed Secretary Duque, but we just got the request of Senator Drilon yesterday, so he was informed last night. He is now in Davao. He has sent word to attend the next meeting if we're going to have
Okay,
one.
got it. Thank you.
But he is right now in Davao and cannot attend.
Yes, thank you for that, Mr. President. The reason why I make mention of this is precisely when we did write the Universal Healthcare Law, we included them as ex officio members. Sila dapat yung big brothers, so to speak, dito sa board ng PhilHealth para bantayan itong problema ng korupsyon na paulit-ulit na lang. Most of these allegations we've heard in the past. And that's why we tried to correct them. And like I said in the previous hearing also, we increased the penalties. May kulong ngayon yan, hindi lang suspension. May kulong. Yung mga maglalabag dito sa batas na to, may mga dagdag na penalty. Ngayon, ang budget ng PhilHealth, hindi ho ba roughly mga 250 billion? 150 yung regular, another 100 billion sa reserve funds, no? Ang budget ng Department of Health 100 billion lang. Sa makatuwid, ang budget ng buong health natin for 2020, lalo na sa pandemic ito, ay roughly 350 billion. Okay? And yet, itong pinakamahalagang ahensya, ang laban sa pandemic at yun ang problema natin ngayon, ay parang napabayaan. And we don't hear anything from the big brothers in the board, so to speak. Hindi o ba't may kinatawan ngayon dito ang Department of Finance in the hearing? Aren't they here today? Is there a representative of the DOF here?
We will check online, but right now, presently, or physically...
Presently, wala?
Mr. Chair.
Yes, please
Honorable-
identify yourself.
Yes, I'm Sharon Almanza of the Bureau of Treasury,
Yes.
representing DOF.
Yes. Do you represent the secretary in the board of the DOF?
Yes,
In the
sir,
PhilHealth?
as second alternate to the Secretary of Finance.
Okay, so you sit in the board.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so what have you guys done in the board to ensure that the finances are intact? What policies have you recommended to the board?
Sir, especially for the assessment of the National Health Insurance Fund, we recommended to the board an assessment by the Insurance Commission to check the fund sustainability as well as the actuarial valuation. Because we also recognize that there are certain assumptions by the actuary department that we need to also check and validate. So there's an ongoing assessment by the Insurance Commission, sir, on the fund sustainability and also on the valuation of
Yeah,
the actuarial department.
correct. Okay, but what about the corruption issues? What about the IT system that is the most important? Have you guys double-checked?
Sir, on the corruption, I'm one of the the most senior in the sense member of the board, but in one board meeting I manifested and requested update because I was there when the president directed directed the PhilHealth to cleanse the corporation. So I requested for update from PCO Morales on the status of all the pending cases. But during that time, he mentioned that he's still investigating or still studying the pending cases. especially on the alleged corruption, Mr.
Yes. What about the policies with regard to IRM? Didn't you guys take an active part in that? Para bantayan ninyo yung tamang paggastos ng IRM funds. Hindi ba trabaho din ninyo yon in the board? And that's why the ex-officials are there. More so now that we have a pandemic.
Sir, when it was presented to us in January, they mentioned that they are authorized to propose funding or financing mechanisms so that hospitals will have options and will have liquidity. And it was presented in January initially to respond to Taal. So that's what I remember when it was first presented. And then on the second time that it was presented, they just highlighted the importance of having an IRM to provide liquidity and so that the hospitals will have available funds to respond to this pandemic. So that's how the management communicated the IRM to us.
No, we understand that. The point is, didn't you guys in the board discuss these issues na may palakasan, halimbawa, dyan sa IRM na yan, hindi na bago ito, what assurance did you get from the management committee, halimbawa, na walang palakasan dito? Na tama yung paggastos ng IRM. That's precisely your job in the board, di ba? Okay? Hindi dapat trabaho namin sa Senado yan, trabaho ninyo yan eh. But since hindi ninyo nagawa yung trabaho ninyo, it is now in the Senate. Isn't that correct?
Sir, we raised the issue of release to the management, the guidelines, because we also heard complaints on the releases to hospitals, because the specific releases it's not being discussed in the board, only the high level, so just on the policy side, but the hospitals, the specific releases to each hospitals, those were not discussed to the board.
Yeah, but that should be part of the policy. Alam naman ninyo yung issue ito, matagal na to, hindi naman nagbabago yan eh. But let me get to another point, no? I will not belabor the point. But let me stress the importance of all the ex-officio members in the board. Kayo yung mga big brother dyan na tagabantay ng buong board ng management ng Philhealth. Kaya kayo nandyan, no? Okay. So let me ask now COA. I think the COA chairman is here, no? How many COA people do we have in Philhealth? How many representatives of COA do we have there? Hi, Michael. How many representatives do you have in Philhealth? I'm sorry, I can't hear you, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, the signal is bad. Chairman Aguinaldo, please. Okay, your connection.
Yeah.
Miss Tuason, or what is your name again? Sorry.
Ted Tuason po.
Ted Tuason.
Good afternoon again.
Good afternoon, Ted. Yes.
Actually, we have 17 auditors,
17.
including one administrative assistant there. So he's not doing any audit work.
Okay.
So out of 17, only 16 are doing audit work.
Okay. There are roughly 35,000 claims a day. Don't you think we need to ramp up the number of COA people we have in Philhealth?
Yes, sir. We recognize the fact na talagang COA lack auditors, lack personnel.
Yes.
But I think our chair is in a best position to reply on that.
Yes, but what would you recommend? Kung kulang ang 17 ninyo, you're 35,000 claims a day. Ilan ang kailangan ninyo dyan? Ang alam ko, ang COA ngayon may opening 5,700 positions. Your plantilla, you have 5,700 positions vacant. Why can't we put more in PhilHealth? Why can't we hire more?
Hello?
Yes, please proceed. Yes.
We have a lot of vacancies. Unfortunately, we have a huge number of people who retire every year.
Yes.
So to give you context to it, back in 2000, COA had about close to 12,000 foreign bodies. But for some reason, a decision was made back in 2000 to stop hiring. So that by 2010, because of this stop hiring decision, the number was less than 8,000. We were about 7,800 at the time. We've tried to grow that. Now we're about 9,500. But part of the problem is, to give you an example, 2 years ago, we hired 900 people, which is good. However, about 400 retired also in that year. So our net hiring was only 100. So it's actually quite slow. We're actually ramping up because the audit scope is really broad and kulang din talaga sa tao.
Correct. And you have an opening now of roughly 5,700 people, is that correct? So you could allocate a little more personnel for PhilHealth also, I suppose. I would presume that to be a yes, Mr. President. And if you would allow me, because the signal is weak, not just let me go on. Can I ask also the PhilHealth naman now, is there a resident ombudsman in PhilHealth? Meron ba tayong resident ombudsman sa loob ng PhilHealth?
Wala, sir. Wala po.
Wala. Okay. Then I suppose we should have a resident ombudsman, no? So meron tayong dalawa, dagdag na COA at resident ombudsman. Palagay ko makakatulong din yan. Okay? Now, let me move on, no? Just a few more questions, Mr. President. Yung testing today, magkano na nagagastos ng PhilHealth sa testing sa COVID patients? Let me get to that, no? Dahil ito ang pinakamahalaga ngayon sa atin.
The finance.
Yes. How much has PhilHealth spent for testing today?
I estimate so about 380 million, but our finance SBB can give more accurate figures po.
Okay.
Renette?
But thereabouts lang. Not more than 400, 500 million. Thereabouts lang, ano?
Opo.
For testing. Okay, I'll take your word for it, Mr. President. So napakaliit. You know why I ask this question is because marami nagre-reklamo sa akin mga local government na hindi sila nakakapag-test dahil wala silang pera pambayad. At ang pagkaalam ko, ang national government dapat ang magbabayad ng testing. Particularly in this situation, it is the PhilHealth. We will never be able to defeat this virus if we don't test. At kung wala tayong budget for testing, there should be a budget. You have 140 billion in PhilHealth, plus reserves fund of another 100 billion. Diba? So why is it that we've only spent 400 million? And I'm not blaming you, no, Mr. President. Huh? Okay, there must be a policy by the board, led by the chairman of the DOH, I suppose, di ba? On magkano ba ang gagastusin ninyo for testing? Okay, so sa ngayon, hanggang ngayon 400 million lang. Ang alam ko rin ngayon, marami nagre-reklamo na kung makapag-test man din sila, it takes a week bago lumabas. Bumilis na nung nakaraang ilang linggo, tapos ngayon bumagal ulit. Now, next question. How much has PhilHealth spent already for COVID patients?
So
Yes.
it's the IRM, we have advanced about 15 billion, but we have only received claims of about 1 billion. So the claims are just starting to come in.
Okay. And those claims of 1 billion are part of the IRM or separate?
IRM po.
IRM. Okay.
Opo.
So ito yung mga in-advance na ninyo, which incidentally, just for the record, let me say that all of this was discussed during the debates on the universal health care. Okay? And if I remember the language correctly, the Philhealth shall endeavor to be able to do advance payments. Kasi ang problema nung araw, delayed yung payments sa hospital. Okay?
Opo.
So walang problema as a policy, as far as I'm concerned, yung IRM. Ang problema kung meron man yung palakasan. Di ho ba? Kasi tama naman yun eh. Para hindi delayed yung payment eh.
I don't necessarily agree, Senator, that
Yes.
we don't accept that there is influence in the release of the IRM.
Yeah, no, I understand where you're coming from, no? But, you know, as presented by many of our colleagues here, it would appear na meron na palakasan. But I'm not questioning the IRM. Okay? So let me move forward, no? So as of today, ang nagagastos ng Philhealth pa lang, if at all, for testing, 400 million. Okay? Okay? 400 million. And for COVID patients, if at all, the entire IRM of 14 billion, ang claim supposedly 1 billion pa lang. Okay? With those numbers, there is no way na bababangkarote ang Philhealth. Okay? Let me put that on record. Second point, no? Okay. Have you submitted to the committee already your latest financial statements for June? I've not seen a copy of the latest financial statements of Philhealth with the committee. Have you submitted them?
I'll check with our financial manager. I think we have, Senator, but I think SBP Libsiaco can confirm that. Renette?
Mr. Chair, Honorable, Your Honor.
Yes.
President, FS, and then we will submit June FS to the Senate, Your Honor.
So the June has not been submitted yet. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Wala pa. Okay. Okay. Now, I'm a bit concerned when they say that the debt to equity ratio, as I presented last time in our last hearing, malaki ang surplus ng Philhealth. Isn't it that you have a retained earnings of about 110 billion, roughly thereabouts? Ito yung reserve fund din nyo.
Opo.
Di ba?
Opo. Yes, yes, sir.
Wala pa naman kayo nagagastos doon, ni isang sentimo.
Yes, sir. We still have a hefty reserve.
Correct. Oh, in fact, even today, your benefit payments as of today is probably lower than what you paid last year.
That's
Kasi
correct.
walang claims sa inyo eh. Takot ang tao pumunta sa ospital eh.
That's correct po.
Okay? And if at all your revenues that are hit are the members' contribution today, dahil marami na wala ng trabaho.
Opo.
But as far as sin taxes are concerned, you should not get a hit because that's 2 years preceding. Yung nakolekta 2 years ago, ang mapupunta sa inyo this year.
Nasa 71 billion lang ho yung nakuha namin.
Correct, di ba? And that's why the DBM secretary sits in your board. Yung utang ng national government as prescribed by law, dapat ibigay nila sa inyo.
Opo, if according to law, yung galing ho sa sin taxes.
That's correct. Okay, so I just wanted to put that on record. Mr. President, I do have a lot of suggestions. I will submit those in writing at the appropriate time. I'd like to thank the resource persons for answering our questions. And I have no further questions for now, Mr. President. Thank you very much.
Related.
All right, thank you, Senator
Related
Recto.
issue.
Go ahead, Senator Lacson.
Thank you, Mr.
Related
President.
to what
I'd like
Senator Recto is pointing out.
This question to Chairman Mike, good afternoon. How do you treat Philhealth's recurring restated financial statements due to prior year's adjustments? Paano tinitingnan ng COA ito?
Well, as I understand, this isn't something usual. This actually happens quite often. The problem we discussed here,
Mga kaibigan, ipagpapatuloy natin bukas ang masalimuot na pagtalakay ng Senado noong Agosto 11. Hinggil nga dito sa malawakang anomalya di umano ng Philhealth. At ito nga ay nabuking ang iba't ibang mga ginagawang irregularidad sa interim reimbursement mechanism at iba pang mga ginagawang mga aktibidad at programa ng Philippine Health Insurance Corporation. Abangan bukas mga kaibigan ang pagpapatuloy ng ating muling pagsasempapawid nitong irregularidad di umano sa interim reimbursement mechanism sa Philippine Health Insurance Corporation na una nang ibinuking ng Senado.